Chapter 78. Klinsmann looked coldly at everything that was happening in front of him. He realized that the white-scaled figure in front of him, who was obviously a woman, did not move either. From behind the white mask of light, her ruby-like eyes were fixed on him. The feeling of being locked on was uncomfortable, and every part of his body was exposed to the other party's aura. Would Klinsmann be afraid? The answer was no. As the leader of the Dark Council in Yen Huang this time, be it Bear King Baslu or Wolf King Garnet, they were far weaker than him in terms of strength. Even in the entire Dark Council, other than the chairman of the Dark Council, no one could match him. His youthful and handsome face hid thousands of years of cultivation. As one of the oldest vampires, his strength was obvious to all in the vampire world. He was also the only one who had hope of reaching the pinnacle of the vampire world and becoming a blood emperor. Feeling Hai Ryue's gaze, Klinsmann suddenly revealed a strange smile. He raised his hand and patted the dark red coffin beside him. A strong layer of red light enveloped the coffin, and then his body suddenly disappeared. Yes, completely disappeared. Hai Ryue, who had been locking on to Klinsmann with her aura, suddenly realized that Klinsmann had disappeared. Her whole body was instantly affected by the feeling of missing her aura. At this moment, the handsome young man appeared out of thin air beside her, and the dark red light seemed to press down on her body from all directions. Hai Ryue had the most battle experience out of all the Zodiac guardian warriors. Facing the sudden attack, she was surprised but not panicked. She turned her body on the spot. Her dragon claws extended outwards, and a circle of white light with a strong dragon aura surged towards her opponent. There was no sound, and the two colors of light disappeared at the same time. Hai Ryue's body trembled slightly, but Klinsmann's body disappeared again. The air around her seemed to have turned black, and the terrifying and strange feeling caused the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. Hai Ryue did not dare to be careless, and immediately and cautiously put herself in a defensive state. Facing an opponent with the ability to teleport, this was the only thing she could do. He retracted his dragon claws in front of his chest and covered his entire body with dragon power. His mind power was spread out, ready to attack Klinsmann at any time. While they were fighting against the three kings of darkness, Chiyu wasn't idle either. When the Wolf King's attack collided with Modi's leg strength, Chiyu had already made his move. In terms of strength, the three great monarchs of the Covenant of Darkness were clearly much more tyrannical. However, Chiyu's side had to deal with 7 or 8 times the number of people. The 5 vampire Grand Dukes were definitely comparable to a vampire prince, not to mention the other vampires, demon werewolves, and berserk bearmen who were assisting them. Chiyu dashed out the moment his transformation was completed. His mind was very clear. He knew that these dark creatures had developed a very deep tacit understanding after many years of fighting. Therefore, he could not let them unleash their full strength. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to deal with them. Therefore, Chiyu dashed out immediately. He didn't attack the berserk bearmen. These big guys looked like they had strong defense, and he couldn't let them hold him back. Chiyu's target was the sky. From the moment he saw these dark creatures, he knew that the biggest threat came from the high-level vampires. Kirin, Shadow Step. With Kirin's cooperation, Chiyu's body instantly became illusory. Almost at the same time, he split into 4 figures and pounced on the 4 vampire viscounts who were clearly weaker. None of the figures used their 4 attributes of thundercloud force. Instead, they used their shining black and silver fists. The 5 vampire Grand Dukes obviously wouldn't let their subordinates take Chiyu's attack. The dark red light expanded at the same time and swept towards Chiyu's body. At the same time, they pounced at almost the speed of sound. When they pounced, the 5 vampire Grand Dukes surrounded Chiyu with great tacit understanding. However, would Chiyu let them succeed? Of course not. When he transformed into 4 figures, He had already silently activated the thundercloud force in his body. When the 5 vampire Grand Dukes approached his body, Chiyu immediately released his thundercloud force. A strong red light instantly erupted with his body as the center. It was Kirin's inferno. The red light instantly filled the air. The 5 vampire Grand Dukes exclaimed at the same time. In the face of the pure Kirin's true fire, their devouring spell was useless. When the dark red light encountered the righteous Kirin's true fire, it immediately melted like ice and snow. The flames rolled back and instantly covered an area of hundreds of square meters in the air. However, these vampire Grand Dukes had lived for hundreds of years. When they suddenly realized that something was wrong, they reacted immediately. With their superhuman speed, their bodies emitted strong dark energy and forcibly blocked the engulfment of Kirin's true fire. They escaped the attack range with lightning speed. The 4 vampire Viscounts were not so lucky. Although their dark ability was not weak, unfortunately they were facing the king of the Zodiac, Kirin. After opening all 8 meridians, Chiyu's strength had obviously increased to another level. Although the attack brought by Kirin's arm was slightly weaker because it was divided into 4 parts, it was still not something these mid-level dark creatures could resist. The tyrannical Kirin's arm directly broke through their dark energy. In the midst of 4 screams, the 4 vampire Viscounts simultaneously spat out blood and retreated in all directions. However, Chiyu would not give them the chance. At this time, Chiyu did not hesitate to use Thundercloud Force to push his combat power to the peak state, for silver lights flashed and disappeared. The bodies of the 4 vampire Viscounts that were originally escaping in the air stopped, and the evil light in their eyes suddenly dimmed. They all covered their left chests because there was a silver needle that had just been pierced there, and not even the end of the needle was left. With just a slight delay, these already heavily injured vampire Viscounts had to face the monstrous flames. In an instant, Kirin's true fire covered their bodies and completely turned them into flying ashes. Perhaps Kirin's true fire could not burn vampires of this level in one go. However, when their hearts were pierced by the silver needles and their protective energy was broken by Kirin's arm, how could they withstand such a tyrannical attack? Chiyu made full use of his various abilities and took care of the 4 vampire Viscounts in one go. But Ming Ming and Su Dong below were in a dangerous and bitter battle. The werewolves were extremely fast. As soon as Chiyu fought with the vampires above, they flashed out from behind the Raging Bearmen and launched a fierce attack on Ming Ming and Su Dong. Su Dong could fly, but when Chiyu attacked, he had to take care of Ming Ming. In order to cooperate with Ming Ming, he had no choice but to give up his ability to fly. 5 Cloud's full strength was displayed. Su Dong roared and waved his tiger claws, sending the few werewolves that were attacking him flying. With a tiger's roar, he immediately launched a counterattack. However, the werewolves and the bearmen's coordination was too good. When the werewolves attacked, the Raging Bearmen had already surrounded them. With their 4-meter height, the area they covered was too wide. When Su Dong counterattacked, he immediately met the Raging Bearmen's bodies. What did it mean to have a body that even armor-piercing bullets couldn't hurt? He would only know after a real attack. Although Su Dong pushed back 2 Raging Bearmen, he was immediately shocked by the opponent's strong defense. If there were only a few Bearmen, he could still use his stronger skills. No matter how strong the defense of these Raging Bearmen was, he was confident that he could kill them. However, there were 8 Raging Bearmen in front of him. There was also a large number of werewolves attacking, so he didn't have time to use stronger skills. He could only take advantage of the Raging Bearmen's slow speed to fight the werewolves. He couldn't hurt them at all. He couldn't even stop for a moment. What comforted Su Dong was Ming Ming. When they met these people's attacks, the strength that Ming Ming displayed made Su Dong have a whole new level of respect for her. Although Ming Ming couldn't fly, her body was constantly moving. Her speed didn't seem fast, but no matter how the werewolves attacked, they couldn't touch her body. Meanwhile, Ming Ming's arms stretched out to the sides of her body, flickering with a rainbow light. Almost every time she waved her arms, she would leave a mark on a werewolf. On the surface, it seemed that Ming Ming and Su Dong were relying on their strength to block a large number of the Dark Parliament elites, and they could even cause some damage to them. However, they knew that the Dark Parliament's creatures were too tyrannical. Whether it was attack or defense, they were much stronger than they had imagined, especially the Raging Bear Men. As long as they didn't attack with all their strength, they couldn't hurt them at all. At this time, they didn't have the time to attack with all their strength, and their bodies couldn't stop moving. They didn't dare to receive the Raging Bearmen's attacks. Only the heavens knew how strong these 4-meter-tall fellows were. If they received their attacks and stopped moving, they would be surrounded by the werewolves, and the situation wouldn't be as good as it was now. Thus, they could only delay the battle and do their best to cause as much damage as possible to the werewolves. On the surface, it looked like they were blocking the Raging Bear Men, but it also consumed a lot of their thundercloud force. Even they didn't know how long they could last. However, at this time, the Sacred Flame Sect's members who had retreated started to help them. Hu Guang and Ian were a snake and a monkey, respectively. Both of them were sly by nature. What they did was very simple. They called over 30 of their most accurate marksmen from their 200 subordinates and hid at the side to shoot from the shadows. Aren't vampires invincible? All right, we won't attack vampires then. The few big bats are already occupied by Chi-Yu and can't use the engulfing skill to block the bullets. We definitely can't let go of such a good opportunity. Under the command of these two wretched fellows, the 30 sharpshooters specifically targeted the werewolves and the Raging Bearmen's eyes. Even the Raging Bear Men wouldn't dare to let their eyes get hit by armor-piercing bullets, let alone the werewolves. Luckily, the werewolves were fast enough and managed to avoid the bullets as much as possible. However, the damage they received was also increasing. However, these fellows from the Covenant of Darkness weren't stupid. Once they realized that the situation wasn't right, they immediately sent out 2 Raging Bear Men and 4 werewolves to charge towards the Sacred Flame Sect. Although these sharpshooters couldn't deal a fatal blow to them, they were too annoying. From the start of the sneak attack with the rocket projectiles, these people from the Covenant of Darkness hated them. Ming Ming and Su Dong were already occupied and couldn't escape. Meanwhile, Chi-Yu was also in a tough battle. Chi-Yu had relied on his keen senses and ingenious use of his abilities to kill 4 of the weaker vampires. But at the same time, it had consumed a lot of his energy. When his Inferno Purgatory disappeared, he was immediately surrounded by 5 Grand Duke vampires. The Grand Duke vampires didn't know how to teleport. That was an ability only princes had. However, their speed gave Chi-Yu a headache. Moreover, each of the 5 Grand Duke vampires was the top in the Covenant of Darkness. They were much more terrifying than the Raging Bear Men below them. Their cooperation was very ingenious. 3 out of the 5 Grand Duke vampires held Chi-Yu back and attacked him with lightning-fast speed. Meanwhile, the other 2 were a little further away, constantly releasing dark abilities to support their companions' attacks. Although most of their dark abilities weren't offensive, they covered a wide area, making it impossible for Chi-Yu to dodge. Weakening abilities and slowing abilities were continuously applied to Chi-Yu. As for the 3 Grand Duke vampires who were attacking Chi-Yu, they added Bloodthirst, Berserker, and other supporting combat abilities. For a moment, although Chi-Yu's 4 attribute, Thundercloud Force, was strong, he was completely occupied by the 5 Grand Duke vampires. He could only rely on his strong defense and the endless attacks of the 4 attribute, Thundercloud Force, to fight against them. As he fought, Chi-Yu cursed Paladin Lu Yuan in his heart. Although he had already guessed that the information given to him was fake, Chi-Yu didn't expect it to be this fake. These people from the Covenant of Darkness were too strong. If it wasn't for the support of the Sacred Flame Sect's firepower, he might not just be at a disadvantage. He couldn't deal with the 5 old vampires in front of him, and it was impossible for Ming Ming and Su Dong to kill the tyrannical dark creatures below. On the other side, Ryue was leading Modi and Guan Ping to fight against the three powerful dark mutants, but they were actually at a disadvantage. This was the first time Chiyu saw Ryue at a disadvantage in a one-on-one battle. It was obvious how strong the Covenant of Darkness was this time. There were too many things hidden in the information given to him by Lu Yuan. Could it be that these huge werewolves and were-bears with extremely strong defense and attack were also vampires? Although he was furious, Chiyu didn't dare to stop. He carefully dealt with the attacks of his opponents, using the noble spirit of Kirin's thundercloud force to resist the various negative abilities that wreaked havoc on his body. At the same time, he tried his best to conserve his thundercloud force and observe the battlefield. This way, he would be able to react when necessary. At this time, Ryue was already in a difficult battle. It was her first time fighting a vampire, and the vampire in front of her was a prince. Klinsmann's attacks were extremely sharp. With the ability of teleportation, he forced Ryue to use area attacks again and again. It was undoubtedly unwise to compete with a prince vampire in terms of speed. Therefore, Ryue kept floating in the air, waiting for her opponent to attack her so that she could seize his flaws. However, Klinsmann didn't give her the slightest chance to seize his flaws. Every attack was accompanied by a stream of dark energy that attacked Ryue's body. The seemingly ordinary energy was extremely condensed. Even if Ryue was confident in her defense after the mutation, she didn't dare to let him hit her easily. She could feel that the guy in front of her was not using his full strength. In fact, Klinsmann was more surprised than Ryue. He didn't expect the woman in front of him to be so difficult to deal with. Not only was the dragon power that Ryue released extremely powerful, but it was also filled with a deterrent energy that posed a great threat to him. However, Klinsmann was able to reach his current level not because of how talented he was, but because he was cautious enough in any situation. Facing Ryue, although he felt that she was weaker than him, he didn't have the slightest confidence that he could kill Ryue without getting seriously injured at the same time. Therefore, he didn't use his strongest attack, because if he mobilized a large amount of dark energy, he would definitely be unable to use teleportation for the time being. Looking at the overall situation, it was obvious that the Covenant of Darkness had a huge advantage. In that case, why take the risk? It would be better for him to use a small amount of his energy in exchange for a large amount of his opponent's energy. When the time was right, he would then unleash a powerful attack. Klinsmann's craftiness brought a lot of trouble to Ryue's trio. Modi's spring kick was unleashed to its fullest, and her body was almost a blur. She constantly lashed out with one leg image after another, and white light continuously attacked Garnet. No matter how fast Garnet was, he couldn't compare to Modi's leg speed. Under Modi's attacks, Garnet could only deal with them head-on most of the time. However, in terms of the frequency of his attacks, he was clearly lower than Modi, and Modi's extremely fast attacks also restricted his abilities. If it wasn't because of Klinsmann's harassment of Modi, the two of them might only be evenly matched. However, the problem of energy depletion also appeared on Modi. Continuously unleashing spring, kick attacks, and relying on the frequency of her attacks to deal with Garnet drained a lot of her energy. Thankfully, she had been practicing leg techniques since young and had a very solid foundation. It was definitely not an easy task for Garnet to defeat her. Two silhouettes, one white and one silver, kept on flashing and chasing each other in the air. Their energy continued to bring out piercing sounds as they tore through the air. While they were fighting, the two ferocious bear men and 4 demonic werewolves had split off and were rapidly closing in on the sacred flame sex members who were shooting from the back. With the help of the 2 tall and big ferocious bear men blocking the bullets, they finally arrived at a place not far away from the sacred flame sex members. Their ferocious gazes kept flickering. These assassins from the Covenant of Darkness seemed to have already seen these ordinary humans turning into pieces of flesh and blood under their attacks. However, at this moment, two silhouettes came out from behind the gunman's cover. The sharpshooters who were shooting from the back quickly dispersed to the sides, continuing to use their firepower to support Ming Ming and Su Dong. The two ferocious bear men stopped at the same time. Although they were in a berserk state, they couldn't help but be stunned when they saw these two fellows who weren't even as tall as their legs. The two short Yan Huang people in front of them were both wearing a pair of slippers. This was especially so for the fellow on the left with glasses as thick as the bottom of a bottle. The size of his slippers was obviously bigger. So what if you're big? Hu Guang rolled his eyes, regardless of whether it was the 4-meter-tall ferocious bearman or the 5-meter-tall demonic werewolf. They were all much taller than him and Ian. However, the expression on his face was still as wretched as ever. Smoke came out of his mouth, and he said with disdain, "This is our territory. It's not the place for wild beasts like you to show off. Why don't you go to the entertainment venues in the capital and ask around? Which one of them doesn't recognize my big slippers?" Ian said unhappily, F*CK, don't you know how to say anything else? You only know how to say this. F*CK, be careful. The bear men and demonic werewolves couldn't understand what Hu Guang was saying at all. However, they knew how to kill. Hu Guang and Ian were really too short. They were only about 6 meters tall. It was difficult for the ferocious bearman to even slap them with his bare paws. He might as well lift his huge feet and kick at them. The 4 demonic werewolves split from the ferocious bearman's back and rushed towards the 2 in the middle. In their minds, they could turn the 2 short Yan Huang people in front of them into minced meat with just a single step. Unfortunately, they weren't facing ordinary people. Although Hu Guang and Ian hadn't really cultivated the abilities of the Zodiac guardian god warriors, they were innate awakened and could already use a portion of their abilities. The energy in their bodies had already developed to a certain level over the 30 years of their lives. The 4 demonic werewolves had just rushed up when Ian's body jumped. Could a monkey jump as high as a rabbit? In actual animals, of course, they could. However, Ian didn't have the insane jumping ability of Modi, but he could still easily jump a few meters. In terms of agility, the Zodiac monkey was definitely the strongest among the Zodiac guardian god warriors. Hence, in a flash, he was already on the chest of a ferocious bearman. With a push of his feet, he was on top of the ferocious bearman's head. Hu Guang didn't dodge, but his eyes turned lascivious. The 4 demonic werewolves passed by, their powerful claws accurately grabbing onto Hu Guang's body. Unfortunately, Hu Guang didn't turn into minced meat as they had expected. Pieces of cloth flew in all directions. The coat on Hu Guang's body had already turned into rags, but the demonic werewolves were shocked to find that when their attacks landed on this kid's body, not even a mark was left on his body. The most ridiculous thing was that the cigarette that was originally in Hu Guang's mouth was now stuck in the nostrils of a demonic werewolf. No matter how strong his body was, his nostrils couldn't defend him. The demonic werewolf roared angrily as he flung the cigarette butt away. Smoke came out of his nostrils. Hu Guang crossed his arms in front of his chest and cursed, F*CK, you won't even let my ribs go. I'll fight it out with you. Under his lascivious gaze, his body swayed and his slender waist slightly twisted. He directly bypassed the attack of a demonic werewolf and stuck to it as if his body didn't have any bones. Hu Guang's attack power wasn't strong because he still couldn't display his full strength. However, there was one thing that the other Zodiac guardian warriors didn't have, and that was poison. A scream came out of the demonic werewolf's mouth. Hu Guang circled around his body and ran to the side. The other 3 demonic werewolves pounced on him like lightning. However, although their attacks fell on Hu Guang's body, they couldn't cause any harm to him. The Zodiac Snake Warrior's character was to look for opportunities to kill in one strike. One of his 2 main abilities was poison, and the other was to use his soft body to dissolve all physical attacks and some energy attacks. Therefore, the demonic werewolf's attacks were ineffective against him. The previous demonic werewolf that was circled around by Hu Guang was actually only touched by Hu Guang's right hand. However, that simple touch had already caused circles of black marks to appear on the demonic werewolf's body. The marks were gradually enlarging, and the strong corrosion brought an unpleasant smell. Hu Guang's poison was not only highly toxic, but it also contained the ability of neurotoxin. Once poisoned, the intense pain was unbearable even for a man of steel. He would immediately lose his ability to fight and die in the face of the strong corrosion. Hu Guang had tried this method of attack 100 times, and this time he succeeded. While Hu Guang's side achieved a good result, Ian didn't stay idle. He jumped on the head of the huge berserk bearman, and the first thing he did was to fart on the bearman's face. With a puff, Ian's body had already jumped up and pounced towards another berserk bearman. His mouth was still laughing strangely, so stinky, so stinky. The berserk bearman's huge bare paw roared as it slapped towards Ian, and the bearman that Ian was pouncing towards did the same thing. The two huge bare paws, one in front and one behind, almost blocked all of Ian's movements. However, the Zodiac monkey had the monkey effect ability. No matter what kind of attack, in theory, it was impossible to attack at the same time. Ian's keen judgment grasped the opportunity in front of him, and his body pounced forward to meet the bear paw head-on. Just as he was about to be smashed to pieces, his body suddenly flipped in an inconceivable manner, and he forcibly moved half a foot to the side. His right foot tapped on the bearman's paw, and he rubbed against it at an angle, causing the bearman's paw to hit empty air. At this time, the berserk bearman was completely enraged by Ian's fart. When the huge bear paw slapped down with all its might, Ian's body disappeared, and in front of him was the bearman that had just slapped empty air. There was a loud bang. The berserk bearman also had an extremely strong defense, but under the palm of its comrade, the poor unlucky fellow was instantly smashed to the ground, and blood spurted out of his mouth and nose. However, its body was indeed strong enough. Although the full force of its comrade's slap had stunned it, it was not enough to make it lose its ability to fight. The biggest weakness of a berserk bearman was that it was not clear-headed enough. After being attacked, its mind was almost completely blank. The bearman that was smashed to the ground almost without hesitation, and its huge bare paw slapped towards its comrade. Bang, 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 bang. The two enraged bearmen madly attacked their comrade. At this time, having lost their minds, they became even more terrifying. Within a radius of 20 meters, strong winds blew against their faces, and they were unable to get close at all. Ian chuckled and landed on the ground. He did not stop and directly leaped towards Ming Ming and Su Dong. Hu Guang's battle was also over. In fact, he did not use any big moves, nor did he use much energy. He only touched the other 3 demon werewolves while they were attacking him. When he put on his big slippers and followed behind Ian to the battlefield, the 4 demon werewolves had already fallen to the ground and were wailing in pain. Hu Guang and Ian easily dealt with their opponents, but it did not mean that they were stronger than Ming Ming and Su Dong. First of all, the number of enemies they faced was much less than Ming Ming and Su Dong. In addition, the demon werewolves and berserk bearmen underestimated them, so they were caught unprepared. Secondly, whether it was snakes or monkeys, they were known for their dexterity. When it came to the 2 of them, they were more wretched and lascivious. Therefore, they were able to restrain the huge and frightening attacks of the berserk bearmen and demon werewolves. Coupled with a bit of luck, they were able to achieve their current results. After the 2 berserk bearmen and 4 demon werewolves were separated, the pressure on Ming Ming and Su Dong's side was greatly reduced. The 2 of them gradually displayed their attacks. Ming Ming's iron wings tyrannically caused continuous damage to the demon werewolves, while Su Dong was no longer stingy with his energy. Every punch brought about some results, and even some of the weaker parts of the berserk bearmen were hit many times. For the first time, the situation gradually developed from a disadvantage to an advantage. Chapter 79. The fire thundercloud force was released instantly, forcing the 5 vampire Grand Dukes to retreat. Chi-Yu had a bad feeling. After the vampire Prince Klinsmann and the others strengthened their attacks, Ryue and the other 2 were obviously unable to resist. Even if Su Dong and the others could take advantage of the situation, once Ryue and the others could not resist, it would be troublesome. Chi-Yu knew that it was time for the final battle. With a long roar, the thundercloud force in his body increased greatly. Kirin Pearl on Xiong Qian instantly lit up, and Kirin behind him emitted a layer of dark red light. Under the effect of the thundercloud force, Chi-Yu's body rushed out instantly. The 5 vampire Grand Dukes naturally did not want him to rush out of the encirclement. Without hesitation, they surrounded Chi-Yu. 5 black and red halos shone out of thin air towards him. At this moment, Chi-Yu saw their white fangs. The energy fluctuations told Chi-Yu that these inconspicuous halos were definitely not easy to resist, but he still did not use the thundercloud force to block these attacks. Chi-Yu took advantage of the 5 Grand Duke vampires to launch an attack. Just as the old energy was about to dissipate, he shouted, "Qilin 100 lightning strikes!" A purple light lit up in the air. In the rumbling roar, the area of hundreds of square meters was completely covered in purple lightning. Chi-Yu had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. 100 lightning strikes was released with full force, and the 4-cloud level thundercloud force instantly erupted. Under his control, huge lightning as thick as an arm directly enveloped the 5 vampire Grand Dukes. Although vampires had the ability to dodge with ultrasonic waves, they could not do anything in the face of the lightning attack, which had its own attraction. In this emergency, the 5 vampire Grand Dukes could only hold up a ball of black light to resist the bombardment of lightning. Lightning was the accumulation of awe-inspiring righteousness. How could it be so easy to resist? In the violent roar, the 5 vampire Grand Dukes screamed almost at the same time. Their meticulously combed blonde hair stood up at the same time, and most of their bodies were charred black. However, their strength was indeed tyrannical. Even under such a situation, they were still able to flap the bat wings on their backs and quickly escape in 5 different directions. They had seen the previous vampire viscounts die very clearly, so they were naturally wary of Chi-Yu's consecutive attacks. However, even if Chi-Yu wanted to chase after them, he could not. Although the 100 lightning strikes had successfully injured the 5 vampire Grand Dukes, the 5 black and red halos they released also covered Chi-Yu. It was the energy of tearing and corroding. The 5 combined into one, causing Chi-Yu's body to shake violently. The black and silver light of the protective Kirin armor shone brightly, and he could not help but cry out in pain. Kirin red. Flames burst, and the extremely strong defense of Kirin red finally appeared. At this time, Chi-Yu had no choice but to use his full strength. With the strong defense of Kirin red and the help of the fire thundercloud force, he was barely able to transform the energy of the 5 halos. Even so, Chi-Yu could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. If Chi-Yu went after the vampire Grand Dukes at this time, he could at least kill one of the paralyzed vampires. The energy of the 100 lightning strikes not only greatly weakened the abilities of these vampires, but also temporarily made them lose the ability to attack. The paralysis caused them to flap their wings in front of them to escape. However, Chi-Yu did not chase after any of the vampire Grand Dukes. He lowered his body and directly rushed to the ground. With the full power of the thundercloud force, he almost arrived on the ground in a flash. He landed right next to vampire Prince Klinsmann's dark red coffin. "All of you stop. Otherwise, I will destroy this coffin first." Chi-Yu roared and directly punched the head of coffin with his right fist. He looked coldly at the 3 Dark Kings. He naturally had his reasons for doing so. Previously, Chi-Yu had been fighting with the 5 vampire Grand Dukes while observing everything in the field. The one that caught his attention the most was naturally vampire Prince Klinsmann, who was completely at a disadvantage against Ryue. Qi Yu noticed that while Klinsmann was attacking Ryue, his eyes would often glance at the dark red coffin. Although it was just a quick glance, this frequent action naturally caught Qi Yu's attention. He secretly thought that this coffin must be very important to that powerful vampire. Therefore, when Klinsmann and the other Dark Kings suddenly attacked with all their might, Qi Yu chose to force the vampire Grand Duke to retreat and control the item that Klinsmann valued so much. Qi Yu did not want to compromise with these people from the Covenant of Darkness. At this time, he clearly understood the situation on the field. Whether it was himself or his companions, the Thundercloud force had been greatly depleted. However, in terms of manpower, the Covenant of Darkness had suffered more. Delaying time to let his people recover as much as possible was naturally beneficial to them. No matter how he looked at it, he had to first occupy this coffin. When Klinsmann saw Qi Yu's fist pointing at the dark red coffin, his expression changed drastically. He did not expect the Yan Huang people in front of him to be so cunning as to use the coffin to threaten him. However, this threat was definitely effective against him. With a flash, Klinsmann's attack on Ryue suddenly disappeared. At this moment, he fully displayed his strength. In just a moment, he had already grabbed the 5-meter-tall Bear King Baris with one hand and the Wolf King Garnet with the other. After the mutation, the weight of these two people was definitely more than a ton. However, he was able to grab them and fly. Just this strength alone was enough to shock the entire field. With an angry roar, Bear King Baris roared, "Klinsmann, what are you doing?" Klinsmann said coldly, "Stop for a moment." He let out a long, sharp howl. On the other side, the demonic werewolves, raging bear men, and the vampire Grand Dukes who could fly immediately gathered towards them. With the help of the 5 vampire Grand Dukes and the dark ability, they temporarily suppressed the spread of the corrosion on the demonic werewolves. The 2 unlucky raging bear men were also pulled away by the other raging bear men. Su Dong and the rest did not give chase. Instead, they quickly gathered beside Qi Yu. Hu Guang and Ian were all panting heavily. The thundercloud force on them fluctuated constantly. Qi Yu's right fist continuously flickered with black and silver light. Klinsmann was very clear that although the coffin was protected by the energy he had left behind, it would not be able to withstand Qi Yu's fist that was filled with tyrannical energy. Kirin's aura emanated from Qi Yu's body and enveloped all the Zodiac Guardian warriors. Under the effect of Kirin's aura, everyone naturally understood what he meant. They absorbed the energy molecules in the air to restore their thundercloud force. Klinsmann put the Bear King and the Wolf King on the ground. Without looking at them, he took a few steps forward and stood facing Qi Yu, 30 meters away. Bear King Baris had wanted to say something, but when he saw his 2 subordinates, the Raging Bear Men, beating each other up, he could not help but become furious. With a single kick, he sent the 2 4-meter-tall berserk bear men flying. In fact, he was running away. At this time, the aura emanating from Klinsmann's body was so strong that even he and the Wolf King Garnet would feel fear. They all knew in their hearts. When this old vampire was really angry, even the Dark House Speaker had to give him some leeway. The corner of Qi Yu's mouth revealed the trace of a lazy smile. I don't know if you understand Yan Huang's language, but I can tell you that even if you can teleport, I can still destroy this coffin when you attack me. Klinsmann snorted coldly. Yan Huang language is the language of 1/5 of the world's humans. As a noble vampire prince, how can I not know it? Kid, I know you can do it, but I advise you not to do it. Otherwise, I will make you regret it. His skin was already very pale. At this time, he clenched his fists so tightly that the skin on his hands looked a little scary. Qi Yu smiled. Do you think I will be threatened by you? At this point, his expression suddenly turned cold. No matter what purpose you have in coming to the Yanhuang Republic, you should not harm the people of Yanhuang. You evil vampires dare to spread BD in the bodies of ordinary people. Don't you know what the consequences are? as the protectors of the Yanhuang land. There is only hatred between us now. I'm not a person who likes to kill. Give me the antidote for Bloodline BD, and I'll return this broken coffin to you. Otherwise, I'll destroy this coffin first, and then fight to the death with you. In terms of overall strength, the Zodiac Guardian warriors were clearly weaker than the other party. However, as the successor of the mythical Beast King Kirin, Chiyu had the ability of the ultimate Kirin arm. Therefore, in terms of aura, he was not the least bit weaker than his opponent. Although he did not want to use the ultimate Kirin arm, he would definitely not be stingy if he was forced to use it. Klinsmann's dark red eyes narrowed. Yanhuang, are you trying to negotiate with me? Even if I give you the antidote, so what? Do you think you can leave here alive today? Chiyu laughed coldly and said, Your Excellency, Vampire Prince, I should be the one saying that to you. The black and silver light on his right arm suddenly became stronger, and a powerful aura filled the entire area. Even the Zodiac Guardian warriors behind Chiyu felt a sense of submission. A huge black and silver Kirin shadow appeared behind Chiyu out of thin air. Light flashed, and Chiyu's aura suddenly increased. Faced with the sudden appearance of such a powerful aura, the three kings of the Covenant of Darkness were shocked. The feeling of destruction forced them to take a step back. Wolf King Garnet's eyes were fixed on Chiyu's right arm. Chiyu said coldly, the antidote. I can let you off today because I don't have a good impression of the Vatican. However, I have two conditions. First, hand over the antidote. Second, do not spread the bloodline Genie BD in the Yanhuang Republic. Otherwise, I will destroy you here even if I have to use part of my life force. Chiyu deliberately said that he would use part of his life force, which was his smartest move. He said this to tell the three kings of the Covenant of Darkness that he definitely had the strength to do so. His aura completely reflected this. This was not the first time Chiyu used the energy of the ultimate Kirin arm. Last time, he used it at Tianxiang Mountain, Guijianzhou. In the end, he scared off the four major families and made them submit to the Zodiac Guardian. This time, his goal was to scare the elites of the Covenant of Darkness in front of him. The difference was that Chiyu really wanted to use the ultimate Kirin arm to avenge Mingming. This time, however, it was a complete threat. After all, the Covenant of Darkness was from the west. It was impossible for them to know that his ultimate Kirin arm could only be used once. Even Ink Kirin needed 100 years to recover. What he wanted was his aura. Even this aura would consume a lot of his Yuan Qi, and it would take some time to recover. Chiyu was very clear that in the current situation, it was impossible for his side to defeat the Covenant of Darkness. Even if they were lucky and killed these people, they would suffer losses. The only ones who would benefit would be the Vatican, the Greek Guardian, and even the Sun Nation's Spirit Devourer Hull. When he released the aura of the ultimate Kirin arm, his heart was once again filled with the desire for strength. If he had enough strength, why would he need to threaten them? Klinsmann's aura was a little unstable. Standing in front of all the members of the Covenant of Darkness, he no longer concealed his aura. If he had only been facing Chiyu's aura, perhaps he would have taken the risk. However, when his gaze landed on the dark red coffin, he hesitated. Before yesterday, if he had been in such a situation, he might have temporarily retreated, but he definitely would not have negotiated any conditions with Chiyu. However, in the short span of a day, the dark red coffin had become even more precious to him than the Covenant of Darkness objective in coming to Yanhuang. F***CK, who do you think you are, kid? Bear King Bosru's Yanhuang language was clearly much worse than Klinsmann's. The stiff words that came out of his mouth caused the air to tremble. Scram. This was not Chiyu's words, but Klinsmann's. Bosru was stunned for a moment, and his eyes were filled with anger. The 6 raging bearmen, who were only slightly injured, stepped forward at the same time, and the ground shook violently. Klinsmann's back was facing the bearmen. As if he had not noticed anything, His cold voice rang out again. I don't want to say it again. At this moment, the wings on his back turned gold. The bright red veins on the golden wings looked very strange. Bosru gasped. After all, he was not a fool. From the golden wings, he had already understood something. Without another word, he raised his hand and stopped his subordinates from stepping forward. Klinsmann stared fixedly at Chi Yu's eyes. His gaze swept across Chi Yu's right arm, which was constantly expanding in black and silver light. He nodded lightly and said, All right, kid, you win this time. Hand over the coffin and let's go. Chi Yu looked deeply at Klinsmann and said, This is my condition. He was now even more certain that the coffin in front of him was important to Klinsmann. Klinsmann took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He had suffered a great loss today. He did not care about the deaths of the bear men and werewolves, but he had lost 10 viscounts and 5 grand dukes. This was the first time he had suffered such a loss since becoming a vampire prince. I agree to your condition. The next time we meet, I will use your blood to wash away my humiliation. He slowly raised his right hand, and a blood-red light condensed in his palm. The light flickered several times, and the blood-red light condensed into a thumb-sized ball of blood. Klinsmann snorted coldly. A glass bottle appeared in his other hand, and the ball of blood floated into the bottle. He sealed it with a cork and threw it to Chi Yu. Turn the primordial blood into water. Give it to those who have been infected with BD to drink. They will naturally return to normal. Chi Yu gripped the glass bottle and sneered. Why should I believe that this is real? Klinsmann's expression immediately turned ugly. The noble blood clan never lies. Do you think I am an ordinary vampire? I'll remember the insult you gave me. Brother Chi Yu, take it. He is right. Vampire princes don't lie. A familiar voice sounded. Lu Yuan, dressed in a neat suit, appeared. Beside him were 3 men in the same attire, and behind them were 20 calm subordinates who exuded a powerful aura. Klinsmann's expression changed slightly. For of the 12 holy knights of the Vatican are here, and there are 20 advanced knights of light. Lu Yuan smiled and said, Your Highness, Prince Klinsmann, we meet again. However, you seem to have encountered some trouble this time. Mr. Chi, I'm sorry I'm late. Chi Yu snorted coldly. You are like the police in the movies, always the last to arrive. Lu Yuan said, No, it is not over yet. If Mr. Chi is willing, we can cooperate. The Vatican has always valued our friends from the East. Klinsmann said proudly, Do you think you can keep us here? Lu Yuan, you're underestimating this king. Lu Yuan was still smiling. Of course, we cannot keep you here. After all, you are a vampire prince. However, your subordinates, as well as the werewolves and bear men, will not be able to leave. Oh, His Excellency Bear King Baslu and His Excellency Wolf King Garnet are both here. Brother Chi, you see. Chi Yu suddenly laughed. Our Yen Huang people are trustworthy. Since your Highness Klinsmann has already agreed to my terms, I have no reason to use force. After all, they do not belong to the East. Your Highness Klinsmann, keep your subordinates in check. If you want to take revenge on me, I welcome you at any time. As he spoke, Chi Yu raised his right foot and sent the dark red coffin flying in Klinsmann's direction. Lu Yuan had not expected Chi Yu to do this. He was stunned for a moment, but he immediately roared and rushed out. The other 3 paladins beside him followed suit and pounced at the coffin like lightning. The anger in Klinsmann's heart had already risen to a certain level. Seeing the 4 holy knights behind the dark red coffin, his body suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared between the 4 holy knights and the coffin. A layer of misty golden light flashed like lightning. With a flash of light, the 4 holy knights let out a muffled groan at the same time. The holy light emanating from their bodies instantly dimmed, and they flew backward. Lu Yuan's eyes were filled with shock. You You are about to become a blood emperor? Klinsmann had already returned to his original position. He snorted and said, "When things reach an extreme, they move in the opposite direction. Do you think the few of you are worthy of fighting me?" Just then, Chi Yu's expression changed. Klinsmann had clearly been affected after blocking the attacks of the 4 paladins. His energy was not pure. When Chi Yu caught the coffin, there was a small gap in the coffin cover, allowing Chi Yu to see what was inside. Qing air. Chi Yu's body shook violently. He had not expected the person in the coffin to be Su Qing, whom he had just met yesterday. "Leave the person in the coffin!" Chi Yu shouted and pounced at Klinsmann. Klinsmann snorted coldly and punched at Chi Yu. Although Chi Yu's right fist was accumulating the power of the ultimate Kirin's arm, he had not intended to use it. Therefore, he had only stored the energy internally. However, the Kirin's arm was Kirin's arm after all. When the 2 fists met, there was a loud bang and a crack appeared on the ground. Both of them retreated at the same time. Klinsmann said in a low voice, "Kid, are you forcing me to kill you now?" Chi Yu stared at the dark red coffin in Klinsmann's hand. "Leave the person in the coffin, and I will let you go." Klinsmann did not get angry. Instead, he said in surprise, "You know her?" Chi Yu nodded and said, "Of course. My condition just now was that you cannot infect the Yen Huang people with BD. However, there is another person in your coffin." He now regretted not opening the coffin to take a look. At this time, Su Qing, who was in the coffin, was in Klinsmann's hands again. It was easier said than done to get her back. Klinsmann shook his head and said gloomily, "No, she is different. I can't hand her over to you. Even if I die, I will protect her and keep her by my side." This time, it was Chi Yu's turn to be surprised. "You know her too?" Klinsmann said coldly, "Of course, because she is my sister." "No, that's impossible. How can Qing Air be your sister?" Ming Ming said angrily. Klinsmann's eyes revealed a hazy light. "Perhaps she was not before yesterday, but she is now. I'm not afraid to tell you that even if you have the ability to keep me here, you can't change the fact that she is my sister. I have already given her the only red plains golden blood. She has the purest bloodline of the Dracula family. From now on, she is my sister. I will not let anyone hurt her. After giving her the red plains golden blood, even if I become the strongest blood emperor, I can't change the fact that she is a vampire." Chi Yu's eyes flashed with anger. He raised the glass bottle in his hand and said, "Didn't you say that this can cure the blood inheritance BD? Then what do you mean by that?" Klinsmann said disdainfully, "It seems like you Yen Huang people know very little about the bloodlings. The Yen Huang people here are only infected with the normal blood inheritance BD. I just let my subordinates infect them. With my primordial blood as a primer, it is very easy to cure the BD. But how can the normal blood inheritance BD compare to my red plains golden blood? Only a vampire prince can have a drop of red plains golden blood. No matter who this drop of red plains golden blood is given to, the person who receives it will have half of my strength. At the very least, he will become a vampire count. Since the day she was given the red plains golden blood, there is no cure. Unless she dies, she will forever be a vampire. Qinger, I'll kill you." Ming Ming cried out in pain. Her figure flashed, and her petite body floated into the air. She could not fly, but at this moment she actually stopped about 5 meters in the air. She shouted angrily, "Phoenix dances the rainbow." Her petite body turned violently, her arms carrying the wings that could not fly. Rainbow light shone brightly, and all the colorful feathers on her body lit up. The rainbow-colored light looked so gorgeous that it seemed as if time had stopped at this moment. "Ming Ming!" Chi Yu exclaimed. He did not know what Ming Ming was going to do, but he could feel the power of Ming Ming's attack. The 7-colored light and shadow burst out instantly, turning into a 7-colored rainbow in the air and sweeping toward Vampire Prince Klinsmann. It turned out to be all the rainbow feathers on Ming Ming's body. With all the feathers out, Ming Ming's body was covered in a layer of rainbow light, and she floated towards the ground. Qi Yu rushed forward to catch her. From the energy aura, he could tell that Ming Ming was exhausted. In order not to let others see Ming Ming's delicate body, he quickly entered a Kirin thundercloud force to Ming Ming and kept her in his Kirin pearl. When Klinsmann saw the rainbow floating toward him, he couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. He instantly retreated, and a huge golden bat shadow floated out from the wings on his back, blocking Ming Ming's all-out attack. An ear-piercing sound of friction rang out. When the light on the golden bat became almost transparent, it completely blocked Ming Ming's attack. Klinsmann's face became even paler. I've said it before. Everything you do is futile. Brat, perhaps you have the ability to keep me here, but let me tell you this. After absorbing my origin blood of red gold, without my protection, my little sister's body will be destroyed by the energy and lose her life. Before you do anything, think carefully before you do anything. Let's go. With that, he flapped his wings and flew away. Klinsmann was also a little afraid. Although he seemed to be able to block Ming Ming's all-out attack easily, he was actually very shocked. In addition to the previous battle and the attacks from the 4 paladins, his body was not in good condition. Therefore, he did not dare to fall out with Qi Yu. Ming Ming was already so powerful. This young man must be even more powerful. The 5 grand Duke vampires had recovered a little by now, and they hurriedly flew after him. The werewolves and bear men on the ground retreated under the leadership of the Wolf King Garnet and the Bear King Baslu. Qi Yu clenched his right fist, but did not pursue. All the Zodiac guardian warriors looked at him, waiting for his decision. Qi Yu's eyes lit up, and he shouted, "Klinsmann, listen to me. If you harm a single hair on Qing'er, I will kill you." Klinsmann did not reply, and the people of the Covenant of Darkness retreated just like that. Lu Yuan said anxiously, "Brother Qi, how can you let them go just like that? This is a good opportunity. With your strength and ours, we will definitely be able to injure these dark creatures." Qi Yu looked at him coldly. "We waited here for half an hour before we made our move. Where were you all during this time? I don't need you to teach me how to do things. My friends are still in his hands. Can you guarantee my friend's safety? What I want to know most now is whether the red gold primordial blood that Klinsmann mentioned is true or not." Lu Yuan was slightly stunned. He knew that his subordinates could not deal with the elites of the Covenant of Darkness just now, nor could they compete with the Guardians of the East in front of them. In fact, he had arrived a long time ago, but he had been waiting a few kilometers away, observing everything that was happening here with binoculars. In his calculations, whether the Covenant of Darkness destroyed Qi Yu's people, or Qi Yu led the Zodiac Guardian Warriors to kill the Covenant of Darkness, it would be very beneficial to the Vatican. But he did not expect that the final result would be a confrontation between the two sides. After weighing the pros and cons, he appeared with his subordinates. He thought that at least some of the people of the Covenant of Darkness would be killed, but he did not expect that Qi Yu would give up the attack on the Covenant of Darkness. He said a little awkwardly, "Brother Qi, you also know how big the capital of your country is. I am not familiar with the terrain, so I came a little late." Qi Yu waved his hand and said, "You don't have to explain to me. Of course, I respect the Vatican very much. I think the people of the Covenant of Darkness will not leave Yanhuang easily. I know very well what you came to Yanhuang for. We will meet them again in the future. If you are willing to cooperate with us at that time, I can consider it." Lu Yuan's expression changed slightly. "We came to your country to kill these dark creatures. What other purpose do we have?" Chapter 80. This time, Lu Yuan could no longer maintain his composure. His expression changed drastically. "What? The Greeks are here too?" Qi Yu suppressed his worry for Su Qing and tried his best to look calm. He smiled. "That's right. The Greeks are here too. If I'm not wrong, you should know that the Greek goddess of this generation is Athena, the goddess of war and wisdom. This time, even Athena has come to Yan Huang personally. What do you think the Vatican has? He knew he was right. From Lu Yuan's reaction, they had indeed come to Yan Huang for something. Lu Yuan frowned slightly. Qi, you could actually see some beads of sweat on Lu Yuan's forehead on such a cold day. Brother Qi, is what you said true? Qi Yu snorted coldly. Why would I lie to you? We, the Eastern protectors, do not lie easily. Just yesterday I saw Athena herself. Now, if the Vatican still wants to do something, I'm afraid you won't be able to do it alone. Whether it's the Stygian Council or the Greek protectors, they have the ability to fight you. Lu Yuan was a smart man. He naturally understood what Qi meant. Brother Qi, does that mean you are willing to work with us? Qi, you said, everyone wants that thing. You want it, we want it too. But from the looks of it, including you, there are a total of 5 forces who want it. This includes the Sun Nation. I wonder if Brother Lu Yuan thinks it's better for us to split it or for the 5 forces to fight for it together. 50% or 20%. It should be an easy choice. Lu Yuan nodded. Brother Qi, you mean that we work together to get rid of the other forces first, and then we can compete fairly for the things we get? Qi Yu spread his hands. This is very fair, isn't it? You know the specific details of this thing, and we have deep-rooted strength in the Yanhuang Republic. We are also more familiar with our motherland. I think if you work with us, you have the highest chance of success. At that time, whether it's the Stygian Council or the Greek protectors, they won't stand a chance. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something. Qi Yu looked at him and knew that he was still hesitating. He continued, Of course, it doesn't matter to me if you're not willing. Let's compete fairly. Let's go. As he said that, he waved his hand slightly and led the Zodiac guardian god warriors out of the factory. The 200 gunmen of the Sacred Flame sect also came out from their hiding places and pointed their guns outwards. They followed behind Qi Yu and left. Wait a minute, Mr. Qi. Lu Yuan shouted. He thought about it briefly. From any perspective, Qi Yu's proposal was very reasonable. It was also the most beneficial for them at the moment. In fact, Lu Yuan was not afraid of the competition between the 5 parties. However, he was afraid that Qi Yu would cooperate with the Greek guardians. Since Qi Yu could propose to him, if he rejected, they would likely propose to the Greek guardians. At that time, if the powerful guardians of the East really cooperated with the Greek guardians, the Vatican might really have no chance. After all, even he did not know how much the Greek guardians knew about that thing. Qi Yu stopped in his tracks. He knew that his strategy of loosening the reins was right. Why, Brother Lu Yuan, have you thought it through? Lu Yuan caught up with Qi Yu in a few steps and said, Yes, it's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. I think I can agree to cooperate with you on behalf of the Vatican. However, I hope that we can show our sincerity in this cooperation. At least before that thing appears. It's better that we don't plot against each other. Qi Yu snorted disdainfully and said, As long as you don't plot against us like you did today. Speaking of sincerity, then, Brother Lu Yuan, shouldn't you first tell us the details of that thing? Only then can you show your sincerity in cooperation. Lu Yuan smiled and said, Of course, but there's no hurry. How about this? We'll start our operation in 2 days. When we set off together, I'll naturally tell you everything. What do you think? Qi Yu knew that he could not force Lu Yuan too much, so he indifferently smiled and said, All right, I'll tell you my number. Call me after you've decided on the place, but my patience is limited. If I don't receive your call in 2 days, we'll have to act on our own. As he said that, he gave his number to Lu Yuan. Brother Qi, don't worry. Since we've said that we want to cooperate, we're very sincere. Then we'll meet again in 2 days. As he said that, Lu Yuan wanted to leave with his people. Wait a minute, Lu Yuan. You're already a little late. I think you should take care of the aftermath here. Chi Yu's eyes revealed a trace of naughtiness. Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment, but he did not dare to say anything. He could only nod his head, helplessly. Watching Chi Yu and the others leave, Lu Yuan revealed a pensive look. A holy knight beside him said, "Can this Easterner be trusted?" Lu Yuan coldly snorted and said, "No one can be completely trusted, but there is no eternal enemy. At least before we find that thing, we must cooperate with them. These Guardians of the East are very strong. You've seen the lineup of the Covenant of Darkness today. These Guardians of the East were able to retreat without any casualties. They even annihilated a small part of the Covenant of Darkness, especially that guy called Chi Yu. He's very smart and very strong. I think he might have hidden part of his strength today. If it wasn't for his pressure that deterred Klinsmann, I'm afraid today's ending would not be like this. Let's go. Leave 10 Knights of Light here to deal with the aftermath. The Cardinal Bishop should have arrived. This time, His Highness the Pope ordered us to get that thing. Chi Yu, you've only seen our surface strength. Of course, I can only let you see this." Sitting in Ryue's Cadillac, Chi Yu asked everyone to close their eyes. Only then did he release Ming Ming from the Kirin Pearl. He took out a set of his clothes and put them on her. Ming Ming's face looked very pale. Her body was a little weak, and her eyes were full of sadness. "Chi Yu, you must save Qinger. She actually became a vampire. With Qinger's personality, I'm afraid she can't accept this fact." Chi Yu nodded heavily and said, "I will definitely solve Qinger's problem. But for now, Qinger is not in danger for the time being." Modi frowned and said, "Chi Yu, why didn't we cooperate with those people from the Vatican to get rid of those people from the Covenant of Darkness?" Chi Yu smiled indifferently. Just as he was about to speak, Ryue answered Modi's question for him. "Chi, you did the right thing. In the West, the Covenant of Darkness has always been competing with the Vatican. Both sides restrict each other. What we saw today is already a considerable part of the Covenant of Darkness's strength. If we really killed these people today, not to mention that we might be injured, once the Covenant of Darkness suffers a serious blow, the Vatican will become even more powerful. If we have a conflict with them in the future, it will be very disadvantageous for us. Therefore, Chi, you did the right thing. The Covenant of Darkness has nothing to do with the Yanhuang Republic, and there is no hatred between them. The West is where their foundation lies. It was only because of the contagious blood BD that we took action. Since they handed over the method of detoxification, the hatred between us will naturally disappear. Rather than annihilating them, it is better to leave them alive to compete with the Vatican." Modi suddenly said, "So it is like this. Chi Yu, you have thought so far." Chi Yu smiled bitterly. "Eldest sister, I also have no other choice. The enemies are getting more and more. If we just fight, we only have a few people, and it is impossible to get rid of every side. At least it is impossible before our strength is fully developed. Therefore, what we need now is time. I think that no matter which side they are from, they do not have the same potential and speed of improvement as us. Therefore, we must use a mop and delay as much time as possible. After gradually increasing our strength, we will then let them see the power of the Eastern Guardians. The 4 big families are our foreshadowing. This is also the reason why I told the Shen family not to come before the operation." Ming Ming said, "Chi Yu, I always feel that the 4 big families are not united with us. You must be more careful." Chi Yu said, "I understand this. This is also one of the reasons why I am not willing to let them help us now. But the 4 big families will become our help sooner or later. The premise is that we have enough strength. At that time, we don't need to do anything, and they will naturally fight to become our vassals. Brother Su, after this matter is over, I will trouble you to go back to the Su family and find out the movements of your family." Su Dong smiled slightly and said, "You don't have to worry about my grandfather. He is a person. Once he has decided on something, it is difficult for him to change. This stubborn temper is not a day or two, so his relationship with the other three big families has been very ordinary. Previously at the Ghost's Worry, your courage has already made my grandfather have a good impression. When you need help from the Sioux family, he will not refuse. Chiyu nodded and said, "That is good. Everyone should understand the reason why I want to cooperate with the Vatican. The first thing we need to know is what they are here for. Originally, we wanted to catch someone from the Dark Parliament today, but it seems that it is impossible to succeed. Therefore, we can only deceive the Vatican and hope that Lu Yuan will tell us. Even if he finds an excuse to not tell us, we can continue to follow them." I don't believe that we can't find out the secret they are talking about. Ming Ming said, "Chiyu, I am really worried about Chinger. You don't know, she is very timid." Chiyu sighed softly and said, "In that situation, I can't do anything to Klinsmann. From Lu Yuan's expression, I can see that Klinsmann is telling the truth. For the sake of Chinger, we can only let her follow Klinsmann and find a chance to save her in the future. From how nervous Klinsmann is towards Chinger, he will not hurt Chinger. But I really don't understand why he said that Chinger is his sister. Could it be that this fellow is a pervert?" Ruyue shook her head and said, "These dark creatures more or less have some psychological problems. The next time we meet, we will think of a way to save your friend." Chi-Yu took a deep breath. When he got on the car, he had already retracted his original appearance. He realized that his strength had indeed increased by a lot. In today's battle, he had used up a lot of Thundercloud force and was injured. In the end, he had even used the aura of the ultimate Kirin arm to intimidate his opponent. However, other than feeling a little tired, he did not feel too much discomfort. The Thundercloud force was also quickly recovering. The water Thundercloud force in his body naturally activated Kirin's marrow cleansing and tendon changing technique to heal his injuries. Ever since the battle with Ruyue and the 2 heavy injuries from the leopard girl, Chi-Yu's recovery ability had greatly increased. The Kirin bead was a perfect match for his newly learned Kirin's ascending cloud technique. With the 2 combined, all the pores on his body could absorb the thundercloud force in the air to recover. Hilton Hotel. Yamu stood in front of the window and looked at the scenery outside, her eyes revealing a blurred sense of beauty. Not far from her, So-So leaned against the window and trimmed her nails, while Lin Yifan stood respectfully behind Yamu. "Miss, did you feel it?" So-So said as she trimmed her nails. Yamu nodded and said, "How could I not feel such a huge energy fluctuation? It seems that someone has already started to make a move." So-So said, "Then when are we leaving?" Yamu said, "Tomorrow." Originally, they had planned to leave today, but because they suddenly felt a strong energy fluctuation, Yamu decided to stay for a while, delaying their journey. "Yifan," Yamu called out softly, "Miss, what can I do for you?" Lin Yifan said respectfully. Yamu said, "After we leave, you continue to do what you have to do. We will be back in half a month, no matter the success or failure. We must go to Greece with Chi-Yu and Ji Mingming. While you are here, notify the people in China to prepare for the reception. Safety must be guaranteed, and at the same time, I hope to give them the best reception." Lin Yifan said, "Miss, I don't quite understand. Since Chi-Yu is the guardian of the East, why do you still want him to go to Greece? And to ensure his safety, I remember someone once said that the guardian of the East is our greatest enemy." Yamu smiled, her beautiful eyes revealed the light of wisdom, and said, "No, you are wrong. The guardian of the East will never be our greatest enemy. We may have conflicts with them, but it is only because of the cultural differences between the East and the West. Yan Huang is a great nation. They have a historical accumulation that even our Greece can't compare to. As long as we don't provoke them, they will not take the initiative to invade us. This time, I invited Chi-Yu to go, in a sense, in the hope of reaching a certain alliance with them, and at the same time, let them see our Greek culture. The moment I accepted the inheritance of the goddess Athena, Athena told me that in the near future we will encounter great trouble. That is not only trouble for our Greece, but a global disaster. As for what the disaster is, I also don't know, and at that time we will need to unite with all the guardians to protect our world. And the Guardian of the East is an important part of our alliance. Until now, I still can't see through Chiyu, but I can feel that he has great potential. Perhaps it will not take too long. When his potential is fully displayed, even I may not be able to defeat him. Soso smiled and said, Miss, don't think too much about it. I don't think that Chiyu is anything special. His eyes have been looking at you a lot. When others look at you, they all show admiration or respect, unlike his eyes, which are so naked. Yamu looked at Soso and laughed. This also proves that he is different. I think my judgment will not be wrong. I hope this matter will not cause any conflict with him. Lin Yifan said, Miss, I will do as you say. To be honest, I don't like Chiyu, perhaps because he is my rival in love. Although I am very confident in myself, the way Miss G looks at him makes me feel a little bitterly disappointed. I'm afraid I don't have a chance. Yamu did not say anything, but only looked at Lin Yifan comfortingly. Soso giggled and said, What are you afraid of? As long as you work hard, who knows, you might succeed. Sister will help you. Lin Yifan smiled. Then I will thank elder sister Soso in advance. Soso lowered her head and continued to trim her nails, but neither Yamu nor Lin Yifan noticed the strange glint in her eyes. Grandmaster, we will set off with the people from the Holy See in 2 days. I'm afraid it will be quite dangerous this time, so I don't want Vol and little E to go. Let them stay in the villa and cultivate, Chiyu said. Upon returning to the Dragonfield courtyard, he immediately notified Jida to retrieve Klinsmann's primordial blood. Zagru smiled and shook his head. No, without tempering, they will never be able to soar into the sky. Let them go as well. Only through constant tempering will they be able to improve their strength. This time, I will also go with you. I have a responsibility to protect the East. Chiyu was taken aback. You want to go as well? Zaglu was a little amused. What? You don't welcome me? Don't worry, I won't hold you back. I might not be able to fight, but escaping is not a problem. Chiyu was taken aback. Grandmaster, I don't know what abilities you have. Can you tell us? Zagru smiled. I can't really say that I have any abilities, but I should be able to help you deal with some ordinary enemies. Simply put, Tian-Yin is a Buddhist, so I don't know how to kill. You can also say that I don't have any abilities related to killing. However, Tian-Yin also needs to protect himself and help those in need. Therefore, your abilities can be said to be thunder, fire, wind, and water. In addition to your Qilin characteristic, you have a total of 5 elemental abilities. However, I only have 1 elemental ability. You can understand it as the life elemental. The life attribute? Chiyu looked at Zagru in surprise. It was the first time he had heard of this attribute. Zaglu smiled faintly and said, Actually, it's very easy to understand. My ability is based on Buddhist energy, and it's mainly manifested in 2 aspects. One is defense, and the other is support. This second aspect is very similar to one of your abilities. It's just that the current you isn't able to display it before the Zodiac Guardian God Warriors are gathered. As Tian-Yin, my main mission is to find Kirin and help Kirin find the other Zodiac Guardian Warriors. Before you become completely strong, I will protect you and assist you in your cultivation. All along, everything you have done has been achieved by your own efforts. I haven't been able to help much. After all, I am a monk. I really don't want to get involved in too many matters of the mortal world, but this time is different. Before leaving Tibet, I understood that if I don't enter the mortal world to cultivate, my Buddhist heart will never be able to continue to grow. Therefore, this time I came to experience the mortal world, but at the same time I want to assist you and help you. Although Chiyu couldn't be sure how strong Zagru was, when he thought of his 10 lives of Buddha's power, Chiyu's heart unconsciously heated up. 10 lives of Buddha's power, how powerful was that? From the first time he saw Zigru, Chi-Yu was very interested in his true strength. Now that he finally had the chance to see it, he, who originally didn't have much confidence in this operation, couldn't help but feel confident. He smiled and said, "Great master, since that's the case, you don't have to return to Tibet in the future. With you here, we will have a lot more backbone." Zigru smiled and said, "Ooh, aren't you taking the opportunity to threaten me? Don't worry, I have already thought it through before coming here. This time, I have temporarily set a year's time, but how long it will take will depend on you." "Me?" Chi-Yu looked at Zigru in surprise. Zigru nodded and said, "That's right, it depends on your situation. The prerequisite for me to return to Tibet is that you can find all the Zodiac guardian warriors. At that time, you will be able to display your full support to the Zodiac guardian warriors, and you won't need me anymore. Of course, if you encounter a problem that you can't solve in the future, I will still help you." Seeing the disappointment in Chi-Yu's eyes, Zigru smiled and said, "Right now, you still don't understand what will happen when all the Zodiac guardian warriors appear. But in the near future, you will understand my intentions." Chi-Yu smiled bitterly and said, "All right then. By the way, you have already taught the cultivation method to Snake and Monkey. Should we bring them with us on this operation?" Zigru thought for a moment and said, "If they don't have any objections, it's better to bring them with us. I have carefully examined their awakened abilities. Their energy is very strong, and they already have the ability to surpass 4 clouds. Moreover, Snake is the only one among all the Zodiac guardian warriors that has the ability to poison. With him around, it will be much easier to solve some special situations. Moreover, with the cultivation method, I believe that they will be able to understand the true meaning of their own abilities in a short period of time. In this operation, it will be very beneficial for them to improve their abilities. After all, only through continuous actual combat can they better improve their own abilities." Chi-Yu chuckled and said, "I just don't know if they're willing or not. After all, they're the leaders of a gang, and there are probably many underworld gang matters. If they were to move with us this time, what will happen to the Sacred Flame sect?" Zigru nodded and said, "This will depend on them. If they really can't go, then there's nothing we can do. It's a good thing for us that they are the leaders of the Sacred Flame sect. In the future, we will have more power." Chi-Yu said, "Master, then it's decided. Since there are still 2 days left, I have to do something." As he spoke, his gaze fell on Ryue, who was at the side. When Chi-Yu and Zigru were talking, Ryue stayed at the side quietly and didn't interrupt. She let Chi-Yu and Zigru discuss. The current her was much gentler than before when she faced Chi-Yu. Moreover, her heart was also much more relaxed. Chi-Yu's abilities had become stronger, and at the same time he had gradually shown his talent as a leader. This made her feel at ease to hand this heavy responsibility to Chi-Yu. Not only did this give her more time to cultivate, but she could also experience more things that she couldn't before. "Ryue, do you want me to go to your room, or do you want to go to my room?" Chi-Yu suddenly asked, giving Ryue a shock. Blushing, Ryue glanced at Zigru and said in a low voice, "What are you talking about?" Saying such ambiguous words in front of Zigru. Even if the two of them had done intimate things, Ryue still couldn't take it. Moreover, Ming Ming was also in the villa, cultivating and recovering her thundercloud force. Ryue was still worried about the relationship between Chi-Yu, herself, and Ming Ming. Chi-Yu chuckled and said, "What are you thinking about?" "Ryue, I really didn't realize that your thoughts are so ambiguous." Ryue didn't expect Chi-Yu to complain first. She rolled her eyes at him and said, "You said it first." Chi-Yu smiled and said, "What I meant was to ask you to protect me. I want to cultivate well these 2 days. Of course, it's either I go to your room or you go to my room. I'm afraid you don't think so." Ryue's pretty face became even redder, and she said angrily, "Bad guy." After that, she walked upstairs first. Today's battle had stimulated Chi-Yu a lot, which increased his desire for strength. There were still 2 days left. He had decided to use these 2 days to improve his strength as much as possible, and the method was naturally Kieran's ascending cloud skill. Chi Yu really only gave himself the time to cultivate tonight. When cultivating Kieran's ascending cloud skill, he could fully unleash his potential, which would inevitably have a negative impact on his body. However, in order to improve his strength in a short period of time, Chi Yu couldn't care less. Therefore, he decided to use this night to cultivate desperately regardless of the consequences, and then use the remaining 2 days to restore his body's state. In fact, he didn't know what effect this would have, but there would always be some chance if he fought hard. Even if he had overdrawn himself, 2 days of rest should be enough. Soon, Chi Yu knew how wrong his idea was. Kieran's ascending cloud skill was far from as simple as he thought. When Chi Yu began to cultivate and completely gave up the control of the absorption of thundercloud force, he knew how wrong he was. Since he had an intimate relationship with Ryue, Chi Yu didn't have any scruples. He came to Ryue's room and directly sat on Ryue's soft bed with his legs crossed. Ryue nodded to him and said, "Don't worry, I will protect you while you cultivate." Chi Yu smiled and said, "Don't you even need to go to the bathroom?" Ryue glared at him and said, "You guy, every word you say is lascivious." Chi Yu looked at her ambiguously and said, "Don't you know that there is a saying? If a man is not bad, women won't love him. If a man is not a hooligan, women won't sleep with him." As soon as these words came out, Ryue couldn't help but recall the day in the grotto. Her beautiful face was like a ripe apple, and Chi Yu almost couldn't control himself. "Well, hurry up and cultivate. After this is over, you have to give a good explanation to Mingming." Listening to Ryue's gentle voice, Chi Yu's heart was full of satisfaction. Sometimes he couldn't imagine that the gentle Ryue in front of him and the former Tyrannosaurus Rex were actually the same person. Chapter 81. A faint light flowed out around Chi Yu's body. The first 2 colors were black and silver. As soon as Kieran's aura as the king of mythological beasts appeared, Ryue immediately felt that the thundercloud force in her body was about to surge out. After having sex with Chi Yu, her own thundercloud force and Chi Yu's thundercloud force had a special tacit understanding. Even they themselves didn't know to what extent they could reach at this late stage. However, when Chi started to cultivate at such a close distance, Ryue suddenly found that her thundercloud force was actually running according to its usual route without being urged. Moreover, it seemed to be slowly absorbing the aura of Chi Yu in the process of running. She felt so comfortable all over that she didn't even have that feeling when she usually cultivated. Taking a deep breath, Ryue resisted the urge to cultivate and stared at Chi Yu's body tenderly. At the same time, she spread her spiritual power outside the villa with the help of the thundercloud force and carefully felt every suspicious aura. Fortunately, it was winter now. Otherwise, maybe the sound of mosquitoes flying would be enough to bother her for a while. The aura of Chi Yu gradually changed. The original silver and black airflow gradually converged, and the silver-black light flowed faintly. Then, the 4 colors of thundercloud force, purple, blue, red, and cyan, floated out. After the thundercloud force appeared, it didn't stop, but quietly rotated. At first, Ryue didn't feel anything special, but she soon realized that something was wrong. The cultivation method of the Zodiac Guardian Warriors was based on the ascending Qilin skill, so Ryue was very familiar with Chi Yu's cultivation method. However, she suddenly found that the thundercloud force that appeared outside of Chi Yu's body did not seem to circulate according to the cultivation method of the ascending Qilin skill. It seemed to have a special rhythm. She could not explain the rhythm at the moment, but she could feel that the 4 kinds of thundercloud force revolving around Chi Yu's body were full of a strange attraction. What was he doing? A big question mark appeared in Ryue's heart. She wanted to use her thundercloud force to wake up Chi Yu and ask him clearly, but she quickly dismissed the idea. Chi Yu had asked him to protect him. Obviously, it was because his cultivation today was different from usual, so he asked her to help. In this case, she only needed to protect him. How could she disturb him? After thinking it through, Ryue felt relieved. She sat next to Chiyu and continued to feel the influence of Kirin's aura on her. Not long after, Ryue, who had just calmed down, felt that something was wrong again. She discovered that the attractive force emitted from Chiyu's body was gradually growing stronger. Although the rate of increase wasn't fast, it maintained a steady increase. What shocked her even more was that there was a huge change in her room. It was a change that couldn't be seen with the naked eye, but as a dragon, she could clearly feel it. Because in her room, the energy molecules of various attributes in the air were becoming more and more concentrated. The concentration of energy molecules was of course a good thing for cultivation. But what worried Ryue was that although she could absorb these concentrated energy molecules, they were obviously rejecting her thundercloud force. They were all rushing towards Chiyu's body like crazy. Obviously, the reason for the increase of energy molecules was because of Chiyu's changed cultivation method. After careful identification, the enhanced energy molecules happened to be the 4 attributes of thundercloud force that Chiyu had. These energy molecules felt very wild, but they were very orderly. They condensed around the thundercloud force that was constantly rotating around Chiyu's body. They first followed Chiyu's thundercloud force and gradually integrated into Chiyu's thundercloud force. This discovery made Ryue surprised and delighted. After all, Chiyu's current cultivation method was obviously much more effective than the rising Qilin skill. If this cultivation method was also suitable for her, then the speed of increasing thundercloud force in the future could be greatly increased. However, deep in her heart, she faintly felt that something was wrong. Would there be anything wrong with such an unreasonable increase in the speed of thundercloud force? Perhaps this was the reason why Chiyu asked her to protect him. Chiyu was indeed too eager for quick success. It was clearly recorded in Kirin's ascending cloud skill that he had to control the speed and amount of energy molecules he absorbed during cultivation. He could not exceed the limit by too much, lest it brought too many negative effects to his body. However, after the battle with the vampire prince, he deeply felt that his strength was far from enough to lead the Zodiac guardian god. Besides, he felt that even if his potential was overexerted with his Kirin's body, he would be able to recover after some rest. There were still 2 days before the operation, which was just right for him to recover. Therefore, when he cultivated Kirin's ascending cloud skill for the second time today, Chiyu did not deliberately control anything. Instead, he fully unleashed his thundercloud force and fully stimulated his potential to absorb the energy molecules in the air. From the perspective of cultivation, at least at the beginning, Chiyu was very successful. At the beginning of the cultivation, Chiyu quickly found the rhythm of the 2 cultivation methods at the same time, and Kirin's ascending cloud skill came into play very quickly. This was also the situation where Hai Ryue felt that Chiyu's thundercloud force was absorbing the energy molecules in the air. As time passed, the thundercloud force in Chiyu's body became more condensed, and its volume became larger and larger. With the increase of thundercloud force, the 4 attributes of thundercloud force around Chiyu's body circulated faster and faster. In the beginning, he could still control his mental strength, but as the thundercloud force became larger, his mental strength became a little strained. However, as the thundercloud force gradually became saturated and the thundercloud force increased to a certain extent, he gradually felt that something was wrong. With the increase of thundercloud force, the 4 attributes of thundercloud force around Chiyu's body circulated faster and faster. At the beginning, he could still control his mental strength, but as the thundercloud force grew larger, his mental strength became a little strained. At this time, Chi reacted very quickly. He immediately controlled his mental strength to stop the operation of the 2 cultivation methods. However, it had been 3 hours since he started cultivating. Ryue's entire room was filled with extremely large energy molecules of the four attributes. Under the joint effect of these unabsorbed energy molecules and the energy molecules that had integrated with Qi Yu's thundercloud force, the energy had exceeded the range that Qi Yu's mental strength could bear. Therefore, when he tried to stop it, he was shocked to find that although his mental strength had stopped driving the thundercloud force, the thundercloud force was still running according to the original route. Qi Yu knew that he was in trouble. This Kirin's ascending cloud skill was much more overbearing than he had imagined. As soon as this happened, it would not be easy for him to stop it. Due to the panic in his heart, his aura could not help but become a little impure. Qi Yu's meridians immediately reacted as a feeling of being cut by knives appeared in every part of his meridians. Qi Yu was greatly alarmed. He had seen this before in the ascending Qilin method. This was a clear sign of cultivation deviation. Oh my God, if I have Qi deviation, I'll be finished. In the crisis, Qi Yu immediately calmed his mind, controlled all kinds of messy thoughts in his mind, and put his mental strength back into the thundercloud force. He was still very smart, although he could no longer organize the thundercloud force to continue to run. With the intervention of his mental strength, even if he couldn't stop it, he could at least delay it a little. As his mental strength reintegrated with the thundercloud force in his body, he pulled himself back from the edge of Qi deviation. However, he soon discovered that his mental strength couldn't even slow it down. The thundercloud force that he was eager to improve had become huge to a special level. It was running quickly in his unimpeded meridians. Every time it ran a small cloud, it would absorb a part of the four attribute energy molecules around his body again. Qi Yu smiled bitterly in his heart. What should I do? The increase of thundercloud force was certainly a good thing. With his Kirin's body, it was probably not a problem for him to withstand a large amount of thundercloud force. But the key was that these thundercloud force were attracted at the cost of stimulating his body's potential. If he attracted too much, I'm afraid that the damage to my body would not be just a little bit. What's more, if he continued to cultivate like this, God knew when he could stop. The stronger the thundercloud force, the more impossible it would be for his mental strength to control it. Was he really playing with fire? Just as Qi Yu was constantly thinking about various solutions, a warm energy suddenly flowed into his body along his wrist. The fast-running thundercloud force slowed down. Qi Yu's meridians that were filled with thundercloud force became smoother under the effect of this warm airflow, and the swelling feeling caused by the thundercloud force also disappeared. However, this warm airflow came and disappeared quickly. When Qi Yu was still surprised by its appearance, it had already disappeared silently. The thundercloud force returned to its previous speed, and Qi Yu's cultivation returned to its original state. What happened? What was that energy just now? The Kirin bead definitely couldn't be used. It could only make me absorb thundercloud force faster. Wrist, Yes. Qi Yu suddenly understood. I have felt this sudden warm energy before. Didn't it come from the relic bead? Why did the relic bead's energy suddenly appear? This was the first question that arose in Qi Yu's mind. Immediately afterward, he thought of the second question. The relic bead's energy could reduce the speed of his thundercloud force. As long as he could take advantage of the reduction and control the excessive absorption of thundercloud force, wouldn't his current problem be solved? Thinking of this, he returned to the first question. Why did the relic bead's energy appear at this moment? In times of difficulty, Qi Yu's brain would always become exceptionally sharp. He did not need to think too much to understand the reason behind it. There was only one reason why the relic bead was emitting such energy, and that was because he had almost gone berserk. When Zaglu had given the relic bead to him, he had said that the relic bead would have a supportive effect on his cultivation. Especially during cultivation, it would allow him to calm down and protect his body if he were to go berserk. Previously, because of the change in his mood, he showed signs of Qigong deviation. The Buddha Qi of the relic bead immediately sensed the danger, and thus automatically emitted energy to help him. If that was the case, then if he could experience Qigong deviation again, wouldn't he be able to trigger the relic bead's energy again? Thinking of this, Qiyu immediately saw a glimmer of hope. Without any hesitation, he extracted a part of his mental strength. He had to put in a certain amount of effort to maintain a calm state of mind during cultivation, but it was too easy to have distracting thoughts in his mind. Needless to say, just thinking about the scene of the leopard girl's mouth was enough to move Qiyu's mind. As expected, when the distracting thoughts appeared in his mind and affected his cultivation, an even more intense tearing feeling appeared in every part of his meridians. Not only did the intense pain not make Qiyu flinch, but it also helped him to forcefully condense his mental strength. This time he did not take the initiative to control his Qigong deviation situation, but actually completely concentrated his mental strength, waiting for the relic bead's energy to come and save him. From the relic bead situation, the more serious his Qigong deviation situation was, the more powerful the relic bead's energy would be. Qiyu did not think about whether the relic bead's energy had a limit. It was the relic of an eminent monk of 10 generations. Even if he squandered the Buddha Chi's energy, it would not be able to be used up in a short period of time. The intense pain caused Qiyu's body to tremble slightly. Hai Ruyue, who was helping to protect him, immediately noticed that something was wrong. Although she had not experienced Qigong deviation, she immediately noticed that something was wrong with Qiyu. She quickly floated forward, wanting to help Qiyu control his own thundercloud force. However, as soon as her body reached Qiyu, she immediately encountered a surge of energy. The energy was full of overbearing power. Before Hai Ruyue could react, her body was immediately bounced back. Just as she was about to take action again, she immediately saw the relic bead on Qiyu's wrist light up. A pale green light flowed into Qiyu's body through his wrist, and Qiyu's trembling body immediately calmed down. At this moment, Qiyu was also very nervous. As he had expected, the energy of the relic bead was much stronger than before. It filled his meridians and stabilized the huge thundercloud force. At this moment, Qiyu immediately put all his spiritual power into controlling the thundercloud force. Due to the interference of the relic bead's energy, the running speed of the thundercloud force in his body was greatly reduced. At this moment, he immediately put all his spiritual power into controlling the thundercloud force. At this moment, Qiyu was even willing to give up some of the thundercloud force that he had absorbed tonight in order to regain control of the running of the thundercloud force. After all, a thundercloud force without control was too terrifying. No one could tell what would happen to it in the end. However, Qiyu still underestimated the thundercloud force that he had accumulated. When the energy of the relic bead disappeared again, Qiyu only controlled a part of the thundercloud force, which was exactly 50% of the total thundercloud force. If he had cultivated like before and controlled 50% of the thundercloud force, Qiyu was completely confident that he could gradually control the rest of the thundercloud force. However, it was different now. Under the influence of Kirin's cloud ascending technique, the thundercloud force that was constantly running in his body was constantly increasing. Now that he had controlled 50% of it, the portion that he controlled was changing very quickly. Although the change was not fast, the portion that he controlled was gradually decreasing. It was almost impossible to control the rest of the thundercloud force. What should I do? Qiyu couldn't help feeling a little anxious. Obviously, the situation just now couldn't be repeated, because as long as his spiritual power left, the thundercloud force that he had controlled with great difficulty would be lost immediately. Even if he used the energy of the relic bead again, it was hard to say whether he could control so much thundercloud force. After all, he had tried his best just now, and he was not confident that the same situation would happen again. However, did he really have to watch the thundercloud force expand like this? Of course, Qiyu wouldn't do that, But what he could do now was to use the part of the thundercloud force that he controlled to affect the running speed of all the thundercloud force to a certain extent, reducing the running time of each thundercloud force and slowing down his body's absorption of the thundercloud force. However, this could only resolve the crisis temporarily. As the uncontrollable thundercloud force became stronger and stronger, this situation would eventually change. When the thundercloud force regained the absolute advantage, the running speed of the thundercloud force would still be out of his control. Luck was often on the side of the prepared people. Qi Yu's cultivation method was not wrong. Although he was a little eager for quick success, he immediately began to use various measures to make up for his mistakes after there were problems. This caused the thundercloud force that had just been absorbed into his body to gradually stabilize and truly integrate with his original thundercloud force. This integration process was very fast, but in the process of integration, Qi Yu's thundercloud force also began to change from quantitative to qualitative. Qi Yu had been cultivating very hard these days. Since the Battle of Ghost Worry in Tianxiang Mountain, he had been working hard every day. However, because he broke through the third cloud, Kirin's cultivation speed had obviously weakened. As a result, when he was cultivating, the thundercloud force's improvement speed was very slow. Although the thundercloud force had become more condensed after reaching the third cloud, it was not something that could be achieved in a short time if he wanted to reach the next cloud. Despite this, Qi Yu's daily cultivation was not without effect. On the contrary, with his continuous cultivation, the thundercloud force in his body was constantly accumulating. Especially in the recent few battles, each consumption and recovery made his thundercloud force have a cycle process, which promoted the condensing degree of thundercloud force. After he merged with Ruyue, under the effect of Ruyue's rising dragon qi, the thundercloud force in Qi Yu's body was condensed again and became purer than before. There was a characteristic of the Qilin ascending technique, which was that when the thundercloud force became condensed, the energy molecules absorbed during cultivation would also become more condensed under the effect of the original thundercloud force, and condensed to the same extent as the existing thundercloud force. Therefore, although Qi Yu's thundercloud force was still at the third cloud level, its condensing degree had already surpassed the third cloud level. Today, when he was continuously cultivating with the Kirin ascending technique, the energy molecules absorbed in his body gradually became a part of his body through the condensing process. Although Qi Yu's comprehensive cultivation was a little reckless, such cultivation could undoubtedly condense more energy molecules. At this moment, he slowed down the circulation speed of the thundercloud force. When the absorbed energy molecules gradually turned into condensed thundercloud force, the quantitative change finally reflected the qualitative change. Ruyue was surprised to find that the air in the entire room seemed to be condensed in an instant. A layer of black lines appeared on Qi Yu's face, and then his black hair instantly turned silver. The air in the room instantly twisted, and all the energy was squeezed into his body at this moment, then relaxed, squeezed again, and relaxed again. After repeating this 3 times, the energy molecules in the air returned to a static state. A huge Kirin pattern rushed out of Qi Yu's body and completely wrapped his body in it. At this moment, the appearance of Kirin's phantom looked a little different from before. The horn on its head became taller, and its whole body exuded a layer of auspicious light. Compared with the domineering appearance in the past, the current ink Kirin phantom looked a little more peaceful. Its energy was completely restrained, and even Ruyue's rising dragon technique, thundercloud force, would no longer change because of Qi Yu's Kirin aura. What was going on? Ruyue was stunned for a moment. Then she saw the huge Kirin phantom that wrapped Qi Yu's body suddenly expand, and the pair of big eyes that were originally shining with light moved slightly. Although it was only for a moment, Ruyue was surprised to find that she seemed to see the light of thinking from the pair of eyes. She could not help but recall the time when she and Qi Yu had met the Siaji. However, this time the Kirin phantom only changed for a moment and returned to normal. Before Ruyue could react, Chi-Yu suddenly let out a low roar. Then he suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were completely silver at this time, and the special silver light was as bright as 2 silver gems. In the flickering light, Chi-Yu's body trembled slightly, and his arms slowly stretched outward as if he was lifting a heavy object. The static energy molecules in the room slowly drifted out of the room under the push of his arms. Chi-Yu's body seemed to be in a still space. An expression on his face looked a little painful and a little twisted. Ryue did not know what to do. At this moment, a weak voice suddenly sounded in her heart. "Help me." The effect of telepathy was fully manifested at this time. Just a moment of telepathy allowed Ryue to understand Chi-Yu's current situation. She immediately flashed behind Chi-Yu without any hesitation and pressed her palms on his broad shoulders. The rising dragon thundercloud force of the same origin poured out unreservedly. With the help of Ryue, the silver light in Chi-Yu's eyes skyrocketed, and he slightly retracted his hands. Then he pushed out with all his strength, and there was a harsh scream in the entire room. The remaining part of the huge energy molecules that had condensed was finally completely expelled. It was separated from Chi-Yu's body. As soon as the energy molecules left, Chi-Yu immediately collapsed in Ryue's arms, panting heavily. Ryue was shocked and hurriedly transferred her thundercloud force into Chi-Yu's body. She tried to help him recover, but she was shocked to find that Chi-Yu's current physical condition could only be described as good, and there was no problem at all. However, on the surface he looked so tired. The silver light in his eyes had already turned back to the original black, and his eyes were full of fatigue. At this moment, it seemed that he could not even move a finger. "Don't lose to my thundercloud force. I have overdrawn my potential, and I need to sleep and rest now. Don't disturb me before I wake up." After saying this with some difficulty, Chi-Yu's body softened, and he fell asleep with his head pillowed on Ryue's plump and elastic chest. Ryue heaved a sigh of relief. Although she did not fully understand what happened to Chi-Yu, she knew that everything had passed. She gently stroked Chi-Yu's hair, carefully lifted his body with her thundercloud force, and helped him to make a more comfortable posture. Although Chi-Yu was unconscious, he did not know that his thrilling cultivation this time had brought great benefits to the other Zodiac guardian warriors in the villa. At this time, all the Zodiac guardian warriors were living in the villa. The energy molecules that Chi-Yu absorbed when he completely opened his body was too large. The reason why he was able to forcibly stop at the critical moment could only be described as luck. Under the influence of the relic bead, the cultivation speed had slowed down, and after absorbing a large amount of energy molecules, his thundercloud force had undergone a qualitative change. This change directly raised his thundercloud force from 3 clouds to 4 clouds, and the thundercloud force and water thundercloud force had also risen from 4 clouds to 5 clouds. However, because Chi-Yu's cultivation this time had consumed too much of his potential, although the ascending Qilin technique had risen to 4 clouds, his spiritual state could no longer absorb the thundercloud force from the blue sea thunder bead, and he had already fallen asleep. It was precisely at the moment when his thundercloud force suddenly rose by 1 cloud, and with the help of Ryue, he broke free from the vortex of cultivation. After Chi-Yu completely released the energy molecules that he had absorbed, although these energy molecules scattered in all directions, the other Zodiac guardian warriors in the Dragon Field Villa were also cultivating. They also needed to absorb energy molecules to improve their own strength. The energy molecules in the entire Dragon Field Villa suddenly became stronger, and naturally the ones who benefited the most were those who were cultivating. Among them, Ryue and Ming Ming benefited the most. Because they were connected with Chi-Yu, the energy molecules that Chi-Yu attracted had the least rejection towards them. Therefore, even if Ryue was not cultivating, she still absorbed a lot of energy molecules into her body. She only needed to find time to cultivate for a while, and then she would be able to integrate it into her thundercloud force. Chi-Yu slept very deeply. He didn't wake up until noon the next day. The sun was shining warmly on his body, but at this time he didn't have time to enjoy the warmth of the sun. There was not a single meridian in his body that didn't hurt. The pain from inside to outside almost made him groan. Everything that happened during last night's cultivation gradually appeared in his mind. He let out a long breath. He vaguely understood that if he didn't control the cultivation of this Qilin ascending to the clouds art, he would have to advance to the next cloud realm before he could stop. The energy needed to go from 3 clouds to dead clouds was already very large. If he wanted to go from 4 clouds to 5 clouds, he didn't know how much potential he would have to overdraft. Now, Chiyu's body felt very strange. The thundercloud force in Ming Ming's body was unprecedentedly abundant, but his whole body was in pain. Waves of tiredness attacked his brain, and it was very difficult to use even a little strength. The water thundercloud force could heal the injuries of the body, but it didn't help his previous condition. Chiyu knew that only after a period of self-recovery could he return to his original condition. Fortunately, he already had the strength of 3 clouds before cultivating last night, so he didn't make a big mistake. In the future, when he cultivated this Kirin's ascending cloud technique, he really had to be more careful. "You're awake. Do you feel better?" A concerned voice sounded. After a short period of adaptation, Chiyu's body condition was better. When he turned his head, he saw Ming Ming sitting on the chair next to him. Realizing that he had woken up, he quickly walked to the bedside. "It's okay. I'm Kirin." Chiyu smiled slightly. "Why are you here? Yesterday, your thundercloud force was consumed too much. Have you recovered today?" Ming Ming gently held Chiyu's hand and said, "Originally, I thought it would take at least 3 days to recover, but last night's cultivation was very smooth. Now, I've basically recovered more than 90%. In the morning, Sister Ryue told me that you had some problems when I guarded you yesterday, so I came to take care of you. Before you woke up, your body was very hot. If it wasn't for the abundant thundercloud force in your body, we would have thought that you had Qigong deviation." Hearing this, Chiyu couldn't help but praise Ryue in his heart. She asked Ming Ming to come over to take care of him. Obviously, she wanted to avoid arousing suspicion. "Sigh, I'd better wait until this matter is over before I confess to Ming Ming." He wasn't afraid of Ming Ming's violent reaction. He just didn't want to cause trouble at this time. At the same time, subconsciously, he more or less felt a little sorry for Ming Ming. Although he was Kirin, this society was monogamous after all. "Don't worry. I was just a little too hasty during cultivation. I just understood a new cultivation method. When I tried it, it was inevitable that I would make some mistakes. It won't happen in the future." Holding Ming Ming's soft hand, Chiyu smiled in satisfaction. Chapter 82. Chiyu smiled and said, "Are you willing? Even if you are, you can't do anything about it. Don't forget that I'm a ruffian. If you divorce me, I'll stick to you like a plaster. Let's see what you can do then." Ming Ming chuckled and said, "You're a ruffian. If you're fine, hurry up and get up. My brother came early in the morning and has been waiting for you." Although his whole body was still in pain, Chiyu didn't want Ming Ming to worry. He secretly adjusted the thundercloud force in his body. His body floated up from the bed and landed on the ground. His limbs and bones were in severe pain at the same time. However, he had experienced inhuman training in the Taklamakan desert, so the pain was bearable. "It turns out that my wicked son is here. Let's go quickly." Ming Ming didn't know that Chiyu was suffering from severe pain. She stretched out her hand and hit his shoulder. She said, "What wicked? Don't talk about my brother like that." Chiyu was in so much pain that his whole body was covered in cold sweat. He smiled bitterly and said, "All right, I'll call him brother-in-law then." Ming Ming blushed and ran out of the door shyly. "Do whatever you want. I don't care." Seeing that Ming Ming had gone out first, Chiyu finally had time to wipe the cold sweat that appeared because of the pain. He found that his body was in extreme pain every time he moved. He had no choice but to condense the wind and cloud force on his whole body to reduce the gravity when he walked. Only then did he feel better. Kiran's ascending cloud force. This time I'm in trouble because of you. Jida was very excited today. He immediately came up to Chiyu when he saw him. Chiyu saw him open his arms as if he was going to hug him. He quickly raised his hand and said, "Don't come over. I'm not interested in you." He didn't object to hugging Jida, but with Jida's strength. If Jida hugged him in such an excited situation, he was afraid that the pain in his body would immediately be exposed. F***CK, Master, I despise you and I'm not interested in you. I'm just too happy. On behalf of the people and the country, I thank all of you. You are indeed the guardians of the East. You have helped the country solve such a big problem at the most critical time. Jida was so excited that his resolute face looked a little red. At this time, only Chiyu, Mingming, and Su Dong, who had already had lunch but hadn't returned to his room, were present among the Zodiac guardian god warriors. Hearing his words, Su Dong laughed and said, "This is the 12th time you've said this today. Can you change it to something new?" Chiyu asked, "So, the problem of vampires has been solved?" Jida nodded his head vigorously. "It's been completely resolved. All the people who were infected with BD have been found. They've all recovered after taking the antidote you brought back. Master, do you know? This time, the country is ready to give a death order to these infected people." Chiyu raised his hand and stopped him from continuing. "All right, it's good that you and I understand. There's no need to say it out loud. If we can't get the antidote, it's indeed the best choice. Since you're fine, I'm relieved. Did you come to me to tell me the good news?" Jida laughed and said, "You can say that. I also came to invite you." Chiyu glanced at Jida and said, "The old man wants to see me? Is it because of the vampires or because of me and Ming Ming?" Jida scratched his head and said, "Both. Don't worry. This time you helped solve the problem of vampires. The old man is very happy, so he definitely won't make things difficult for you. Besides, the old man has already relented last time, so there won't be any trouble between you and Ming Ming. No matter what, you've established a relationship with my sister, so you should go and see the old man, right? Don't tell me you want to kidnap my sister just like that?" Chiyu laughed and said, "Since my future father-in-law wants to see me, how can I not go? I'll leave after I have a meal." Ming Ming stuck out her tongue and said, "After seeing Lin Yifan and the rest, I haven't been back." "Brother, father," Jida imitated General Ji Zhongming's tone and said, "A grown girl can't be kept at home." Chi rolled his eyes and said, "TCH, what grown girl can't be kept at home? Don't you also have a girlfriend?" Ming Ming was stunned and looked at Jida strangely. She said, "Brother, you have a girlfriend? Why haven't I heard you mention it?" Jida looked at Chiyu with a bitter smile and said, "Master, I was just about to tell you. In front of the old man, you better not leak it out. The old man is very strict with me. I'm afraid that Chiyu laughed and said, "It can't be, you're not young anymore. Don't tell me that the old man doesn't want to hold a grandson soon. I think it's better for you to be honest. Although Lanya's temper isn't very good, she's still a good person. The old man should like her." Jida's face turned red and said, "Let's talk about this later. In any case, I don't want to get married." At this time, it was not long after lunchtime. Ruyue had asked the kitchen to specially leave some food for Chiyu. However, when Chiyu really started eating, it still scared everyone. Originally, Chiyu's appetite was already very shocking. However, today he became especially different. At the beginning, it was nothing. However, when he ate the 23rd steamed bun and gulped down the 7th bowl of porridge, the gaze that Ming Ming and Jida looked at him changed. "Chiyu, are you still not full? Don't overdo it." Ming Ming looked at Chiyu and couldn't help but to remind him. Chiyu kept eating and said with a somewhat blurred voice, "It's nothing. This stomach of mine is a bottomless pit. If it wasn't for me relying on Ruyue, I'm afraid that even eating my fill would be a problem. Don't worry, I'm not hurt at all. I still want to eat more. Ask the kitchen to make more food. As long as it is edible, it will be fine. In fact, Chiyu also knew that eating like this was a little scary. However, he found that when he ate more, the pain in his body would be relieved a little. Although it wasn't a lot, it was still quite obvious. He faintly guessed that the main way to recover his potential was to rely on food. As he had the blood of Kirin, his digestive ability was indeed much stronger than the average person. Although this meal only took an hour, he ate more than a dozen servings of food. He only stopped when he really couldn't eat anymore. Master, I have a very serious question to ask you. As Jida drove, he sternly said to Chiyu, who was burping in the front passenger seat. Chiyu was stunned for a moment and said, "What question?" Jida said, "If you eat so much, my sister won't be able to support you in the future." CKU. Ha! Chiyu patted his belly and said with a bitter smile, "But to be honest, I really don't have a source of income. I'm afraid that it will be a little difficult to support Ming Ming in the future." Jida laughed and said, "Master, I'm just joking with you. Don't take it seriously. With your current ability, do you still need a source of income? If you are willing, the country can provide you everything you need." Chiyu said with a smile, "That's good. Aren't our Zodiac, Guardian, God, warriors, mercenaries of the country?" Jida shrugged and said, "You can't say that. You fight to protect the country. The country has to show some kind of response. If you are willing to join our Yellow Flame Soul, it will be even better." Chi shook his head and said, "No, I like a free life. It's good like this. Even if I don't have money to spend, I can still go to Ruyue to work." Although he was willing to fight to protect the country, he was not willing to join any of the country's organizations. Although Chiyu did not study much, he understood that once he joined the country's organizations, it would be impossible for him to be as free as he was now. Moreover, he did not want anyone to control him. A person who was used to freedom would not want to be restricted, no matter how good the treatment was. When they arrived at Ming Ming's house, General Ji Zhongming was sitting in the living room, reading the newspaper. When they entered the door, he stood up and said with a smile, "You're back." Ming Ming lowered her head and greeted her father. General Ji sighed and said, "You little girl! All right, take a seat." In front of this dignified elder, Chiyu was much more restrained. "Hello, uncle." General Ji let the orderly pour them tea and said to Chiyu, "I really have to thank you for your help this time. I heard from Jida about your encounter yesterday. Without your help, it would have been very difficult for us to solve the problem of these vampires. It seems like no matter when, you Guardians of the East are indispensable to the country." Chiyu smiled and said, "Uncle, there's no need to thank me. Yan Huang is our common country. We will definitely not let any outsiders invade. Those vampires have not left Yan Huang yet. This time, their main purpose is not in the capital." General Ji nodded and said, "I thought about it too. These people from the Western underworld must have some goal in our country. I sent people to investigate, but there were no results. Jida told me about your judgment the last time he came back. It seems like we will have to trouble you again this time. If you need any help, just let me know. Most of the Yan Huang Soul's people are in the capital now. I can send some to help you." Chiyu shook his head and said, "That's not necessary. We are not the same kind of people as the Yan Huang Soul's mutants. If we work together, we will restrict each other. This time, all the Western factions have gathered in our country. You can imagine their wild ambitions. But whether it is against the Dark Parliament or those Guardians of the West, I think it is better for us to act. Unless it is absolutely necessary, it is best for the country not to interfere." General Ji's eyes were filled with admiration. "We haven't seen each other for a long time. Chiyu, you have become more mature. Actually, this is what I wanted to say to you. Even if I send the Yan Huang Soul's mutants to help you, it cannot be done in the name of the country. Not just those Guardians of the West. Even those from the Dark Parliament who came to our country have noble identities. Once the country intervenes, it will attract a lot of unnecessary trouble and even international disputes. But I am afraid that you are too weak. You have to know that you are all the pillars of the country. I do not wish for anything to happen to you." Chi Yu smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry. Although it is impossible for us to go against all the people who came to Yanhuang, they're not a monolithic block. They are also divided into different factions. As long as we make good use of them, I think even if we cannot achieve their goal this time, it will not be easy for them to achieve it. If it really doesn't work, we can still completely destroy their goal this time. Let them come here for nothing." In terms of strength, it would be a lie to say that he was not worried at all. But Chi Yu had already thought about it carefully. Hu Guang and Ian had already begun to cultivate the ascending cloud technique. He believed that they would be able to make use of their own strength very soon. With their addition, the Zodiac Guardian Warrior's strength would be greatly enhanced. In addition, with the 4 great families in the face of external enemies, even if they were dissatisfied with the Zodiac Guardian Warriors, they would definitely choose to cooperate. After all, the right thing to do was to solve the external problems first. Currently, only Athena and the Scorpio Guardian came from Greece, while the Vatican sent people led by Lu Yuan. Although Chi Yu could not be sure if they had hidden strengths that he did not know about, after careful consideration, he felt that even if these 2 parties had hidden strengths, they would not be much stronger than the Dark Parliament. On his side, with the addition of Hu Guang and Ian and having reached 4 clouds, his overall strength would definitely not be weaker than any of them. Moreover, Yanhuang was his territory after all. Regardless of whether it was the 4 great families or the Sacred Flame sect, they had deep roots in Yanhuang. Their familiarity with Yanhuang, as well as the local customs, were much better than these outsiders. As long as the Zodiac Guardian Warriors made full use of the various situations, they would definitely not be at a disadvantage against the Westerners this time. Of course, if it was possible, Chi Yu was not too willing to use the power of the 4 great families. What made Chi Yu the most confident was his own strength. Although it was not a qualitative leap from cloud 3 to 4 clouds, Kirin's strength would almost double with every increase in cloud. Chi Yu's body was still in a weakened state. After he recovered from his weakened state and absorbed the energy of the Blue Sea Thunder Pearl, even if he met the vampire prince Klinsmann again, Chi Yu was confident that he would be able to fight him. General Ji lowered his head and thought for a few minutes before saying, "How about this? After all, this operation is for the country. Although we cannot openly support you, the country will definitely not sit idly by. Let Ji De participate in this operation with you. At the same time, I will give him a certain amount of authority to mobilize a special force to assist you. Although there will not be many people and they are not mutants, I believe that they will still be very helpful to you." Ji De's body trembled. "Dad, you want me to mobilize?" General Ji nodded and said, "It is also time to test their strength. But you must remember, no matter what, do not let a single person in this force be captured by the Westerners, and even more so, do not let their equipment fall into the hands of the Westerners." Ji De stood up abruptly and gave General Ji Zhangming a standard military salute. Yes, Chi Yu could see the intense excitement in his eyes. Just what kind of force was this? From General Ji's words, it seemed that he was very confident in this force. Ji Zhangming clearly saw the doubt in Chi Yu's heart. He smiled and said, "You will know very soon. When we go back, I will let Ji De tell you. Also, return the 4 god beasts' decree to me." Although Chi Yu did not know why General Ji wanted it back, he did not hesitate to touch the Kirin bead on his chest. A light flashed, and the 4 god beasts' decree appeared in his hand. He handed it to General Ji with both hands. Ji Zhangming took the decree and took out a small box from his pocket and handed it to Chi Yu. "The country will never forget what you have done for the country. Chi Yu, from now on, I will represent the country to award this diamond badge to you. This is tailor-made for you after discussing with the higher-ups. It is different from the previous diamond badges. It is called the Diamond Guardian Violation. It is specially made for the Guardian of the East. Not only does it represent your identity, but it also allows you to withdraw up to 10 million yen huang coins from any bank in the country. Also, you do not need any reason to withdraw the funds. It is valid for life. Ah. Chi Yu looked at General Ji dully. Uncle, this is too precious. Ji Zhongming smiled and said, take it. Don't worry. I understand the habits of the Guardians of the East. The country will not restrict you. I just hope that when the country is in danger, you can stand up for it. This is what you deserve. You have to spend most of your time on cultivation and protecting the country. The country can only support you with these worldly possessions. What's more, I have to think about my daughter. Now, I am asking you as a father. Chi Yu, no matter what, I hope you can protect Ming Ming. She is my only daughter. Dad. Ming Ming's eyes turned red. She threw herself into General Ji's arms and cried softly. Chi Yu solemnly took the brocade box from General Ji's hands. He did not look at it and directly put it into his Kirin bead. Standing up, Chi Yu took a deep breath. He said in a deep voice, Uncle, I can't guarantee that the Zodiac Guardian Warriors will appear in every time the country is in danger, but we will definitely do our best. As for Ming Ming, I can't guarantee that she will never be hurt. When he said the last sentence, General Ji, Jida, and Ming Ming could not help but be stunned. Ming Ming stopped crying and looked at Chi Yu in confusion. Chi Yu's face was very serious, but no matter who wants to hurt Ming Ming, there must be a precondition, and that is I am dead. General Ji smiled faintly and said, the way you youngsters express yourself is completely different from how we used to express ourselves. However, I believe in your determination. Sai, we of the older generation can't interfere with the matters of you youngsters. Let nature take its course. When you decide to settle down, let me know in advance so that I can prepare for it. I know you're an orphan. From now on, this will be your home. Chi Yu naturally understood what General Ji meant by settle down. Looking at the kind light in General Ji's eyes, he was a little touched. Growing up, he did not even have a trace of care from an elder. At this moment, there was a flash of fatherly love in General Ji's kind eyes. Although this feeling flashed by, and even Chi Yu did not have time to savor it before it disappeared, he was sure that General Ji had used his eyes and words to clearly tell Chi Yu about the matter of Ming Ming. From now on, he had already handed Ming Ming over to Chi Yu. Chi Yu smiled, different from the usual ruffian smile. This was joy from the heart. Although the engagement between Ming Ming and Lin Yifan was not cancelled because of General Ji's words, it was no longer important. To Chi Yu, he had never acknowledged that damned engagement. Of course, it was not easy to settle this matter. Chi Yu understood that the Greek constellation guardian and the goddess of war and wisdom, Athena, who appeared beside Lin Yifan, would not easily compromise. This was what General Ji meant by settle down. As long as the engagement was settled, this would be Chi Yu's home. There was anticipation, encouragement, and some excitement in his words. No matter what, General Ji would not interfere with Ming Ming's matters anymore. He had already handed over the right to handle it to Chi Yu. Meeting Ming Ming's gentle gaze, Chi Yu's eyes flashed with silver light. A joyful aura was immediately emitted from his body. Ming Ming, who was connected to his aura, naturally felt it as well. The auras that enveloped both of them merged into one. Ming Ming and Chi Yu's hearts were connected. At that moment, she felt the joy in Chi Yu's heart and also the feelings that Chi Yu had for her. Ming Ming was also affected by Chi Yu. She stopped the tears on her face and leaned her delicate body towards Chi Yu. A blissful smile appeared on her face. Her tear-stained face bloomed with a pink halo, making her look so charming and cute. Although the conversation with General Ji was pleasant, it was not relaxing. After bidding farewell to General Ji, Chi Yu became much more dispirited the moment he sat in Jida's carriage. Ji could not help but ask curiously, "Master, what's wrong? You don't look normal." "Chi-Yu, it's nothing. I'm just a little tired. If you can lend me your car for another hour, I should be able to get rid of my fatigue." Hearing this, Jida immediately hugged the steering wheel tightly, as if he was afraid that Chi-Yu would take it from him. He said, "Okay, pretend I didn't say anything. I didn't see anything. I'll send you back first." When they returned to Dragon Field Courtyard, Hai Ryua was already waiting at the door. This was the first time that Hai Ryua appeared in front of Chi-Yu. Although he was a little tired, when he saw Hai Ryua's concerned expression, Chi-Yu seemed to feel a little better. However, his appearance was still a little worried in Hai Ryua's eyes. This was because Chi-Yu's current appearance was much worse than when he left. Could it be that something had happened? It must be known that Kirin's self-recovery ability was very strong, but ever since last night's cultivation, Chi-Yu's state had been very strange. Obviously, something had gone wrong during cultivation. Jida left after sending Chi-Yu and Ming back. His mind was filled with excitement. Ever since General Ji handed him that special unit, he had been in a state of excitement. He knew what kind of unit he was in charge of. As a soldier, to be able to lead such a unit was his dream. That kind of desire was as urgent as his pursuit of strength. Moreover, the most important reason was that after meeting Chi-Yu, the strength that he had been proud of had become insignificant. Although he had been taught by his grandmaster, in front of Chi-Yu and the other Zodiac guardians, he was basically the weakest one. So much so that when he was with them, he couldn't help much and felt very useless. This was very sad for a person who advocated strength and strength. However, all of this would change very soon. The important thing was that once he took over that special unit, it would be different. Although it wouldn't bring much strength to him, it could change his identity as a bystander. With the special unit's equipment and strength, he could at least help when Chi-Yu and the others were in action. In the car, Ming also saw that Chi-Yu's state was not right, so she and Ryua sent Chi-Yu back to his room. As soon as he reached his room, Chi-Yu relaxed and immediately fell on the bed. A strong sense of exhaustion suddenly hit him. He had never wanted to sleep as much as he did now. So much so that he didn't even have the strength to tease the two beauties beside him. As soon as his eyelids closed, he almost immediately fell asleep. The excessive overdraft of his potential could not be recovered by sleeping for half a night yesterday. Ryua said with some worry, his current situation doesn't seem to be caused by the thundercloud force. However, Chi-Yu has always been full of energy. How did he suddenly become like this? Sister Ryua, why don't we ask Master Zagru? Maybe he knows. Ming's reminder immediately got Ryua's approval. Leaving Ming to look after Chi-Yu, Ryua immediately went out to find Zagru. Not long after, Master Zagru came to Chi-Yu's room under Ryua's lead. Zagru was obviously very concerned about Chi-Yu's situation. As soon as he entered the room, he went straight to the bed. Master Zagru put his index finger, middle finger, and ring finger on Chi-Yu's wrist. A soft white light flowed into Chi-Yu's body through his fingers. Closing his eyes, Zagru carefully sensed Chi-Yu's current situation. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes and said in a strange tone, "From the signs, Chi-Yu's body is fine, but his potential seems to have been overdrawn. According to the thundercloud force, after advancing from 3 clouds to 4 clouds, he shouldn't be weak. Every time Kirin advances 1 cloud, his strength doubles. Logically speaking, Chi-Yu's energy should be infinite now, but the reason is that his thundercloud force is abundant, but he's very tired. In my opinion, it's probably because of his cultivation method. You should all know that Kirin's cultivation speed is relatively slow compared to the Zodiac Guardians, especially the 4-cloud auspicious in Kirin. In the past, no Kirin's thundercloud force has been improved as fast as Chi-Yu's. In the same period of time, you Zodiac Guardians have at most advanced 2 clouds. Of course, except for the Zodiac guardians who were born with awakening. Ryue and Mingming, your cultivation speed is the best among the others, but you only advanced a little more than 1 cloud, while Chiyu only used half a year to advance to 4 clouds. Especially the process from 3 clouds to 4 clouds, it seems to be too fast. Even I can't explain this terrifying speed. Kirin, especially Ink Kirin, has too many unpredictable things. As long as there are no problems with his body and mind, any special situation is possible. You'd better be mentally prepared for it in advance. At the same time, in case of abnormal situations, protect his safety. If I'm not wrong, Chiyu must have felt that his strength is not enough, so he used some special method to forcibly improve his thundercloud force, which led to the improvement of thundercloud force, but his body was overdrawn. Ryue suddenly understood and said, "That should be the case. I seem to have heard him say that he has overdrawn his potential. Grandmaster, will there really be no problem with this?" Grandmaster Zagru smiled bitterly and said, "Among the previous Zodiac Guardian Warriors, Kirin, the king of the Zodiac who could reach the 4-cloud strength, was very rare. As for Kirin's own situation, even we, the Heaven's Guide, have a lot of secrets that we are unable to find out. However, Chiyu has a sense of propriety. I think, since he has decided to do this, he must have his reasons. You can rest assured." Chiyu was in a deep sleep. Hai Ryue and Mingming did not have the heart to disturb him, but neither of them were willing to leave his side at this time. Hence, the 2 girls cultivated on either side of Chiyu. Of course, the reason was to protect Chiyu. While cultivating, they also maintained a certain level of vigilance. Both of them left some of their spiritual force in the surroundings. If there was any danger, they would wake up at the first moment to protect Chiyu. Hai Ryue and Mingming were connected with Chiyu's mind. Their auras were related. Hai Ryue's connection was established through the connection between her and Chiyu's soul and flesh, while Mingming's body contained Kirin's blood. Although the 2 of them established the connection between their auras and Chiyu's were different, they reached the same goal by different means. In this aspect, the 2 of them were equal. However, while cultivating, the benefits that Kirin's aura brought to them had changed. In the past, as long as they cultivated next to Chiyu, their cultivation speed would be greatly improved because of Kirin. But now it was different. Hai Ryue could get more benefits than Mingming. This did not mean that the connection between Mingming and Chiyu, who had Kirin's blood, was not as deep as Hai Ryue's, but because of the overdraft of Chiyu's potential. The thundercloud force in Chiyu's body was very pure, and the thundercloud force was very abundant. Although the overdraft of potential could make Chiyu tired, it would not cause Chiyu physical pain. When Chiyu used Kirin's ascending cloud technique to enhance his thundercloud force, due to the compression of too many energy molecules, even Ink Kirin's powerful self-healing ability, it could not be completely healed in a short period of time. When Chiyu recovered his potential through sleep, the thundercloud force in his body was in an unrestrained state. In this way, Hai Ryue, who was cultivating next to him, gained more benefits than before. Chapter 83. Hai Ryue and Mingming both understood this and knew that cultivating at this time was beneficial to them. Even so, they still put protecting Chiyu as their top priority. Chiyu was at his weakest now. Chiyu slept until noon the next day before he woke up. The full night's sleep had restored a lot of his overdrawn potential, and his physical condition was at least 50% of what it used to be. As soon as Chiyu woke up, he found that his thundercloud force and water thundercloud force had greatly improved. The energy of one of the remaining 8 blue sea thunder beads in his body had greatly decreased. Its energy was almost completely consumed, and it was obviously absorbed by his body. After a day's sleep, his 2 thundercloud force had been pushed to the 5th cloud realm. The advancement of 1 cloud meant that his overall strength had been doubled. His thundercloud force and water thundercloud force had also soared. Even he didn't know what effect these 2 thundercloud force could have. It was Hai Ryue who found out that Chiyu had woken up. When she felt that the thundercloud force she obtained had decreased, she knew that Chiyu had woken up. She controlled her own thundercloud force to quickly complete a cloud cycle and opened her eyes. Full of concern, she said, "You're awake." Yes, these 3 short words made Chiyu feel warm. This was not the Tyrannosaurus Rex of the past, but a kind wife and loving mother. However, Chiyu didn't have time to think about this. This was because he suddenly discovered a very big danger signal. This danger came from Ming Ming. Through their telepathic connection, he felt that he had woken up at a very bad time. Ming Ming's ascending cloud method was affected by his Kirin's aura and Kirin's bloodline. It actually made a breakthrough in a short period of time, and it just so happened that it was the critical moment to advance to the 5th cloud. He woke up and Kirin's aura weakened automatically to support her cultivation. At that moment, Ming Ming's state of mind fluctuated and the originally orderly thundercloud force was disrupted. Although Ming Ming seemed to be fine, Chiyu, who was connected to her aura, naturally understood her current situation. He didn't have time to say anything to Hai Ryue. He immediately jumped up, landed behind Ming Ming, and pressed his palms on her shoulders. Hai Ryue was shocked by Chiyu's actions, but it was only a momentary shock. Although she didn't have telepathic connection with Ming Ming, she immediately understood the situation from Chiyu's anxiety and energy output. A 4-colored light was emitted from Chiyu's body along with a powerful aura, wrapping Ming Ming's body like a large cocoon. At this moment, his eyes became a strange black and silver. Kirin's silhouette floated out from behind him, and a powerful Kirin's aura instantly filled the entire room. Chiyu of the 4th cloud was already comparable to Hai Ryue of the 6th cloud, who had 2-element mutations. Naturally, he was much stronger than Ming Ming, who was about to advance to the 5th cloud realm. Under the effect of his pure Kirin thundercloud force, Ming Ming's slightly scattered thundercloud force was forcefully retracted back into her meridians. Although the advancement of the thundercloud force depended on one's own cultivation, with Chiyu's assistance, Ming Ming could break through without any worries. Moreover, there was the amplification effect of Kirin's aura. Ming Ming, who had reached the critical point, trembled slightly. Almost in an instant, her delicate body emitted a layer of beautiful 7-colored light. Although she didn't enter the state of mutation, her short hair was already dyed 7-colored, and the golden light surrounding the 7-colored light was even stronger than before. After the thundercloud force erupted, it immediately retracted. Chiyu's eyes shone brightly, and he shouted, "Appear!" Ming Ming only felt that the meridians in her body seemed to have disappeared in an instant. A huge amount of energy of various attributes rushed into her body, and the thundercloud force instantly condensed to an unprecedented height. Although the amount of thundercloud force didn't change, it had already advanced to the 5th cloud realm. Letting out a long breath, Chiyu slowly retracted his thundercloud force into his body. The light in his eyes returned to normal. He smiled and said to Ryue, "That was close. Fortunately, I discovered it early. Otherwise, Ming Ming might have gone berserk." Looking at Ming Ming, who had calmed down and continued to cultivate, Ryue said, "I didn't expect her to improve so quickly. Chiyu, how is your body? The master said that you overexerted your potential to improve your strength to a higher level. I know you are eager to get stronger, but don't do this in the future. Although I don't know how Kirin's cultivation method is, it's not good to go against the laws of nature." Chiyu nodded and said, "I also didn't expect Kirin's ascending cloud technique to be so overbearing. Don't worry, my body condition has already recovered to a certain extent. When we move with those guys from the Vatican, I should be able to recover." Ryue nodded gently and said, "Do you want to eat something?" Chiyu laughed and said, "Of course. I found that in order to recover my potential, besides resting, eating is very important. Let's go. You guys have been guarding me and haven't eaten. Ming Ming has just reached the Five Clouds realm and still needs to cultivate for a period of time to accumulate thundercloud force. My aura is closely connected to hers, so if there's a problem, I will be able to detect it immediately. Let's have lunch in the afternoon. Chi Yu had just eaten a delicious meal that was enough for 10 people when he received a call from Lu Yuan. "Hello, Mr. Chi." Chi Yu said, "It seems that our agreed time is tomorrow. You're calling a little too early." Lu Yuan smiled and said, "It's better than late, isn't it? How are the preparations on Mr. Chi's side?" Chi Yu glanced at Rua beside him and said, "We have nothing to prepare here. We can leave at any time. What about you?" Lu Yuan seemed to think for a moment before replying, "How about this, Mr. Chi? Let's meet now. I will tell you what we know in detail. The departure time is still set for tomorrow." Chi Yu said, "Okay, tell me the location." Although the cooperation with the Vatican was beneficial for the time being, for him, what he wanted to know the real purpose of those Westerners coming to Yanhuang was the most. Lu Yuan set a coffee shop in the downtown area of the capital city and hung up the phone. Rua asked, "What did he say?" Chi Yu said he asked me to meet. "You should go with me." "Oh, right. Let Su Dong protect Ming Ming." All the Zodiac Guardian warriors were training in the Dragon Field courtyard since the battle with the Covenant of Darkness. Everyone had the same idea as Chi Yu. Only true strength was the most important, so they were all training in their own rooms. Even Hu Guang and Ian stayed in the Dragon Field courtyard. The teaching affairs of the Sacred Flame sect were already on the right track. For them, leaving for half a month was not a problem. Although they had just joined the ranks of the Zodiac Guardian warriors, they did not have much sense of justice. However, their xenophobic mentality was very strong. These two guys always wanted to see the world in chaos. This time, when the Westerners came to Yanhuang, they could not wait to fight. Therefore, they did not consider anything at all. Yesterday, they agreed to let Master Zagru stay and participate in this operation. Ruyue drove her Lamborghini and Chi Yu to the city very quickly. When they arrived at the door of the coffee shop, they immediately attracted the attention of many passers-by. Of course, Chi Yu was the kind of person who was automatically filtered. Ruyue and her Lamborghini were the standard beauties. It would be strange if they did not attract attention. However, no one dared to come up and strike up a conversation. After all, other than Chi Yu, Ryue's coldness was not something that anyone could withstand. Lu Yuan was very punctual. He had already arrived. When he saw Chi Yu and Ruyue walk into the coffee shop, he immediately greeted them. Lu Yuan chose a quiet corner. It was just past noon, so the coffee shop was very quiet. It was very suitable for chatting. Today, Lu Yuan was dressed in a relatively casual outfit. He had a handsome face. And a noble temperament. Chi Yu had to admit that this guy in front of him easily gave people a good feeling. "Please take a seat. What would you like to drink?" Lu Yuan did not seem to be in a hurry at all. He made an elegant gesture and invited the two to take a seat. Ruyue knew that Chi Yu did not know much about coffee. She said indifferently, 2 cups of mocha. Chi Yu steadied his mind. He knew that he couldn't show any signs of anxiety at this time, lest the other party see through him. He found a comfortable position to sit on the chair and looked at Lu Yuan. He didn't say anything and quietly waited for his coffee to arrive. Lu Yuan had been observing Chi Yu and Ruyue silently since they came to the coffee shop. Chi Yu's calmness made him not see any flaws. He took a sip of the coffee in front of him and said, "Mr. Chi, I have already asked the Vatican. His Holiness the Pope attaches great importance to this matter. After consideration, he confirmed the cooperation between both sides. In fact, the Vatican has never hoped to get anything. We just don't want that holy object to fall into the hands of the Covenant of Darkness or any evil party. In that case, it will even cause harm to the whole society. Therefore, I hope that we can cooperate wholeheartedly this time to get the holy object. As for the ownership of the holy object, We can discuss it after we get it. What do you think? Of course. Qi Yu would not easily believe Lu Yuan's words. Who didn't know how to say such things? He smiled and said, "It seems that the Vatican thinks the same as us Guardians of the East. We don't really want to get that thing, and we don't want it to be obtained by evil people. Therefore, we are very sincere about this cooperation. His Holiness, the Pope, got the news through astrology. We also have some information. Since we are going to cooperate, I hope you can tell us the information you have got. In this way, we can better cooperate, right?" Lu Yuan still had a harmless smile on his face. "Of course, that's for sure. I'm here today to tell you the information we know, so that I can go with you tomorrow." Qi Yu thought of something and said, "This time the people the Vatican sent are the people I saw that day? In terms of strength, the people you sent seem to be much weaker than the Covenant of Darkness. This should not be the real strength of the Vatican." A faint light flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. Qi Yu had been staring at him, so he clearly caught a trace of surprise in his eyes. "Of course, we are not the only ones. However, because we are Westerners, it is not as convenient as you Guardians of the East, so we have already gone to the destination in batches. After all, this is the Yanhuang Republic. If too many of us go together, it is easy to cause misunderstanding. Please forgive us." Hai Ryue said coldly, "So your people have already gone?" Lu Yuan made a helpless gesture and said, "This can't be helped. We have to arrange the itinerary. But you two can rest assured that after we set off for the destination tomorrow, we will soon meet up with our people. After all, the Vatican is not willing to face the other forces with ulterior motives alone, right?" Qi Yu said indifferently, "I hope you don't lie to us. Otherwise, it will not be good for you. You also said that this is the Yanhuang Republic. No one can be more familiar with our country than us. Now you can tell us everything you know." Lu Yuan could not help but secretly let out a sigh of relief when he saw that Qi Yu did not flare up. According to the arrangement of the Vatican, the first to arrive at the destination would naturally have more opportunities. At least he could understand more about the situation. As for the cooperation with the Zodiac Guardian Warriors, he did not think much about it. From any perspective, a temporary cooperation was a wise choice. He thought for a while and said in a low voice, "This matter starts from 3 years ago." When Qi Yu and Hai Ryue heard that they were starting to get into the main topic, they immediately focused their attention. Qi Yu found that there was a faint layer of energy emitting from Lu Yuan's body. The energy did not pose any threat to them, but it easily isolated the sound from the three of them. 3 years ago, the Pope observed the sky and suddenly saw a star of destiny rising in the east. Through complicated astrology and the powerful ability of the Pope to communicate with God, he used all kinds of methods, but he still could not see the true position of the Star of Destiny. "Star of Destiny? What's that?" Qi Yu asked curiously. Lu Yuan said, "The so-called Star of Destiny is a person or a group that can affect the fate of the whole world. It's hard to explain. My astrology skills are really poor, so I can't explain it to you too. I can only tell you that His Majesty the Pope attaches great importance to this Star of Destiny. He once said that this Star of Destiny is related to a huge disaster in the future, and whether humanity can survive it or not. For this Star of Destiny, His Majesty the Pope used astrology to calculate every day, hoping to find it. But after trying for a whole year, he still could not find it accurately. Maybe it's because the energy contained in this Star of Destiny is too great. At that time, His Majesty the Pope once said that the accumulation of history and some things that human beings cannot compete with are very difficult to understand. However, during that year, although His Excellency the Pope did not discover where the rising Star of Destiny was in the east, he discovered a strange phenomenon through astrology. Qi Yu and Ryue exchanged a look. They knew that they were going to get to the point. Lu Yuan continued, "This Star of Destiny has a very great amount of energy, but under the cover of this enormous energy, there's a very strange energy in the east. That energy is very condensed. and it has a very special aura. That aura is called sadness. That sorrowful energy is beyond our imagination. What's even more shocking is that that energy actually contains powerful holy power, a very pure holy power. Perhaps the two of you have already discovered that the holy power of the Vatican leans towards the light and fire attributes. But even the holy power of the 12 holy nights of the Holy Church can't compare with the holy power that is full of sadness. If it's just a pure holy power, it's fine. But according to His Majesty the Pope, this holy power is very absorbable. It should be stored in a tool or a container. It can be said that if any one of us in the Holy Church absorbs this holy power, our overall energy will be comparable to that of His Majesty the Pope. Therefore, we call this holy power the sacred source. Qi Yu suddenly interrupted Lu Yuan. If that's the case, what does the Holy Church have to worry about? The holy power that you're talking about can only be absorbed by the people of the Holy Church. If that's the case, why did the Greek guardians and the Covenant of Darkness get involved? And as far as I know, the other forces don't understand it this way. Lu Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "That's the problem. If the sacred source is just holy power, no matter how powerful it is, I'm afraid that the Holy Church will not risk offending the Yanhuang Republic to come to your country. The key is the sad aura in the sacred source. With the help of astrology, His Majesty the Pope calculated that the energy of the sacred source will reach its peak soon. Over the past 2 years, His Holiness the Pope discovered through careful research that although the energy of the sacred source is very similar to our holy energy, the sorrowful aura within it is also filled with negative emotions. There is intense sadness, and there is also intense hatred. Every stream of energy has become very unpredictable. Therefore, although the energy of the sacred source is the holy power that we want the most, the negative aura and absorbability it contains can be absorbed by anyone with special abilities, including the people of the Covenant of Darkness. With the power of the Covenant of Darkness, as long as it is as powerful as the vampire Prince Klinsmann, he can use the negative aura to transform the energy of the sacred source into what he needs. If that happens, I'm afraid that there will be a great demon king that no one can fight against in this world. When that time comes, the situation where we have been suppressing the Covenant of Darkness will change. Therefore, we have to come to your country. Even if we can't get the sacred source, we can't let the sacred source fall into the hands of the Covenant of Darkness. After listening to Lu Yuan's words, Qi Yu and Hai Riyue finally had a general understanding of this holy relic. According to Lu Yuan, this time the major forces came to the Yanhuang Republic for this energy that could be absorbed. On Earth, everything had its own energy, and the arrangement of energy molecules was different. Generally speaking, only the energy molecules in the air could be absorbed, but the energy molecules in the air were too sparse. It was not impossible to become a strong person by absorbing these energy molecules, but it would take a long time. This was also the reason why, during the era of ancient beasts, both divine beasts and ferocious beasts had to cultivate for thousands of years before they could become super strong people. Qi Yu's Kirin's ascending cloud technique actually accelerated the absorption of the energy molecules in the air. However, it did not mean that the energy of other things was inferior to the air. No matter what, it had its own energy, but the amount that could be absorbed was too little. Although the energy contained in some things could be absorbed, it would also have a great impact on the body. After all, the energy contained in everything was different, and each had its own special changes. Therefore, the so-called absorbable energy sounded simple. But it was too difficult to find an energy source that could be directly absorbed by the human body. After listening to Lu Yuan's description, Qi Yu could not help but be tempted. Although there was no light attribute among his 4 types of thundercloud force, Lu Yuan said that a force like the vampire Prince Klinsmann could transform and absorb this energy. Since he himself belonged to the dark attribute and could absorb the light attribute, he would definitely be able to do it too. Thinking of this, Qi Yu could not help but feel a little excited. It was impossible to say that he did not want to obtain this so-called sacred source. After all, everyone had the desire to become stronger. Then, did your Pope find the location of the sacred source through astrology? Hai Ryu asked. Perhaps because Lu Yuan looked very sincere, Hai Ryu's tone was no longer as cold as before. Lu Yuan nodded and said, His Holiness, the Pope's astrology is very miraculous. Except for the Star of Destiny, which is too ancient to be accurately calculated, other powerful energy bodies can be located in a short period of time. When His Holiness discovered the existence of the sacred source, he did not have the intention to send people to the Yanhuang Republic. Not long ago, when he carefully studied and discovered the uncertainty of the sacred source energy, he had no choice but to send us. Speaking of which, His Holiness was initially unwilling to send people to search for the sacred source. One reason was that the location of the sacred source was constantly changing, and it would even hide after a period of time. The other reason was that he did not want to have a conflict with your country's Eastern Guardian. After all, we all exist to protect this world. Although our beliefs are different, we can be said to be like-minded. Qi Yu said indifferently, Very well said. All right, let's not talk about the information we received. So, where exactly did you find out? He vaguely guessed that things were not as simple as Lu Yuan said. If not for the uncertainty of the sacred source's location and its frequent hiding, perhaps the Vatican would have already made a move. The truth was just as Qi Yu had predicted. After the Vatican discovered the existence of the sacred source, they had been preparing to come to Yanhuang to search for it. However, the frequent disappearance of the sacred source made things difficult for them. This was because the location of the sacred source was different every time, which made it difficult for them to determine its specific location. After 3 years of research, the Pope finally discovered the pattern of the appearance of the sacred source. No matter how strange the time and place of its appearance was, it would stay at a fixed place for a period of time every year. After confirming this period of time, the Vatican had sent people to the Yanhuang Republic, hoping to bring it back. Lu Yuan sighed and said, I'm not afraid that the two of you will not be able to digest the information about the sacred source. The main reason why the information about the sacred source was leaked was mainly because there was an internal problem. Originally, the existence of the sacred source was our internal top secret. However, we did not realize that there was a traitor within the Vatican. He blasphemed against God's blessing and actually turned to the covenant of darkness at the most critical moment, revealing this secret. The covenant of darkness is a place where people of good and bad mix together. Since they received the news, the spies of various forces in the covenant of darkness naturally received it as well. Therefore, the Sun Nation and the Greek Guardian appeared. If not for this, we would not have to go through so much trouble. Qi Yu did not ask who the traitor was in the Holy Church. Even if he thought with his toes, he could guess that the traitor was a bishop with high authority in the Holy Church. So that's how it is. The Vatican is too careless. You have been fighting with the covenant of darkness for so many years, but you did not even know that there was a big spy in the Vatican. Qi Yu said with some disdain. Lu Yuan's expression changed slightly, but he quickly returned to normal. No one wanted this to happen, but since it has already happened, we can only try our best to make up for the mistakes we have made. We can minimize the losses. The Pope sent us here this time, and the main mission is to prevent the sacred source from falling into the hands of the covenant of darkness. We will not hesitate to destroy it. Hai Ryu was slightly angry. Since the sacred source has appeared in the Yanhuang Republic, it is the property of Yanhuang. Do you think we can destroy it just because you say so? Lu Yuan was stunned. This is not something that I can decide. But no matter what, since we are working together, let's get the other greedy people out of the game first. There is still time to argue. Lu Yuan drank the coffee in his cup. Let's end our conversation here. When and where do we meet tomorrow? Lu Yuan said. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock at Beijing International Airport. I have already booked a flight at 10 o'clock. The flight number is FM 30293. This is a luxurious flight, so there are fewer people on it. You should also book the tickets when you go back. We will meet directly at the airport tomorrow, and I will take you directly to your destination. We will fly directly to Kunming first, and then from there we will transfer to your country's Dali Chongming Temple. On the way back to the Dragon Field courtyard in Ruyue's Lamborghini, Qiyu was in a good mood. Before they parted, Lu Yuan finally revealed the destination of this trip. The aura of the sacred source had already appeared, and the specific location was near Yunnan Dali Chongming Temple. No one knew 100% of the specific location, so they could only slowly search there. Ruyue, how credible do you think Lu Yuan's words are? Qiyu asked as he leaned comfortably on the bucket seat of the Lamborghini. Ruyue said while driving, at least 70% of it can be believed. Oh, that high? Qiyu looked at her in surprise. Ruyue nodded and said, think about it, he wants to use us now, and he is not sure how much we already know. So it is impossible for him to lie to us about certain things. Otherwise, how can we cooperate with them? Therefore, what he said about the sacred source and the specific location should not be false. Because even if we know the location, there are still several other forces around, and it will not be easy to succeed. Therefore, in his understanding, we must also cooperate with the Vatican, just like how he wants to cooperate with us now. That's the truth. Although your and Mingming's abilities have increased, we can only deal with one side at most, be it the Vatican, the Dark Parliament, or the Greek Guardians. Once we become the target of everyone, it'll be difficult for us to succeed. Under the premise that we are using each other, we must cooperate closely with them. Therefore, he has to show some sincerity to make us believe in them. Because of this, I said that we can believe 70% of his words. Of course, the remaining 30% may be the key to this sacred source. So he will definitely not tell us, so we can only rely on ourselves to figure it out. Qiyu smiled. 70% is enough for us at the moment. Perhaps our Zodiac Guardian Warriors are not the strongest at the moment, but in terms of growth, none of them can compare to us. As long as we have a clear destination, it is hard to say who will be the winner in the end. Ruyue said with a smile, that depends on you. This is the first time you are leading all the Zodiac Guardian Warriors on a mission. You have to think more. Although on the surface, we Zodiac Guardian Warriors are very united, but we all have our own strength. If you want everyone to acknowledge you as the king of the Zodiac, you have to show what you are supposed to do, not only in terms of strength, but also in terms of command and leadership. Qiyu smiled bitterly. If it was not for the fact that you have to be busy with work and the Zodiac Guardian Warriors, I really don't want to be the king of the Zodiac. It is so tiring. Chapter 84. Qiyu froze for a moment. Damn you, Sister Ruyue, you're a powerful Tyrannosaurus Rex. Ruyue rolled her eyes at him, her beautiful eyes revealing a charming look that made Qiyu's wicked heart move. Who says that dragons don't need protection? Every time I think of your bravery in protecting Mingming, I'm indescribably envious. So, are you going to protect her or not? Of course, I'm going to protect her. Ah, so annoying. Where are your hands going? Ruyue, this is my new unique skill. Breast grabbing Kirin hand. Pervert. I prefer to hear you call me a pervert. Don't touch my thighs. I'm driving. When the two returned to Dragonfield Courtyard, Ruyue spent a full 10 minutes in the car to tidy up her clothes. We're having a meeting. Qiyu shouted as soon as he entered the villa. His voice was transmitted through his Kirin thundercloud force. Due to the effect of Kirin's aura, under his clever control, his voice could be heard by everyone in the villa, but it wouldn't affect everyone's cultivation. Not long after, Vol and Yen Xiaoi came down from upstairs. Boss, what's the meeting? Vol asked curiously. Qiyu said, we're going to take action tomorrow. Let's talk about it and see if anyone has any good suggestions. Yan Xiaoyi looked particularly happy today. His eyes were shining, and his aura seemed to have changed. Qi Yu said in surprise, "Xiaoyi, did your thundercloud force improve?" Yan Xiaoyi smiled and said, "Thundercloud force hasn't reached the second cloud yet, but I learned a new Zodiac ability. It's very powerful." Vol smiled and said, "I know." Vol said, "Isn't it one of the Zodiac's super abilities, impotence? How could I not know? Why don't you go to hell, short-sighted guy?" Qi Yu laughed. "Well, can you two not quarrel as soon as you meet? Xiaoyi, what ability is it?" Yan Xiaoyi regained his proud look. "I won't tell you now, but you'll know in the future. Maybe it will surprise you." At this time, the other Zodiac warriors also came to the hall downstairs. Guan Ping was still as gentle as usual, Modi was as calm as ever, and Ming Ming came down together. On the surface, Ming Ming didn't seem to have changed much, but Qi Yu knew about her training today. After careful observation, he found that Ming Ming's eyes were brighter than before, and there was a faint layer of gold in them. "Ming Ming, congratulations." Qi Yu greeted Ming Ming with a smile and held her hand. Ming Ming blushed and lowered her head. "Everyone's here, don't be like this." Little Yi chuckled and said, "She's clearly shy. There's something wrong with your words. You mean that if we're not here, boss can do whatever he wants?" Ming Ming glared at him and said, "You're asking for a beating, aren't you?" Yan Xiaoyi pretended to be wronged. "You guys only know how to bully me. Who asked me to be weak? How pitiful." The last to come down from upstairs was the wretched duo. Hu Guang and Ian both looked in high spirits. Of course, even if they were in high spirits, their wretched appearance couldn't be changed. Especially Hu Guang, who was wearing big slippers and a cotton coat, it made people want to laugh. "What are you talking about? You look so happy, let's listen." Hu Guang's small eyes behind the bottom glasses rolled around, and a lewd smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Qi Yu said, "You don't look like a snake, but more like a cunning fox. How's your ascending cloud cultivation going?" As soon as he saw Hu Guang, he remembered the time when Hu Guang fired the rocket launcher against the Dark Parliament in the warehouse. Although he and Ian looked inconspicuous and not wretched, under their lewd appearance hid an extremely shrewd heart. Ian rushed to say, "I've already cultivated to 4.5 clouds, just a little stronger than someone." Bullsh *T. How are you stronger than me? Ming Ming, I'm much stronger than you. Don't forget what Master said, I'm the most venomous snake, unlike a bald monkey like you. Hu Guang immediately retorted, "The most venomous snake?" Qi Yu looked at Hu Guang curiously. Hu Guang said proudly, "Are you afraid? Master said that before I truly cultivated the ascending cloud cultivation method, I couldn't even use 1/10 of the snake's venom. As my thundercloud force gets stronger and stronger, the venom will also get stronger and stronger." Ian said disdainfully, "Venom is venom, but what's the use of venom? Didn't Master also say that because you have the ability of the most venomous snake, other than your high resistance to physical attacks, your venom is the only thing you can use? What the F***CK is the most venomous? If you're the most venomous, then what am I?" With a disdainful voice, Qi Yu only felt the energy in his body move slightly, and a black figure separated from his body and appeared in front of him out of thin air. It was the deep-sea nether snake. It was almost natural for girls to be afraid of snakes. As soon as they saw the deep-sea nether snake appear, whether it was the strong Ruyue, Ming Ming, or Modi, they all let out a cry of surprise at the same time. However, the one with the strongest reaction was Vol. Snakes were the natural enemies of rats, and as soon as the deep-sea nether snake appeared, Vol's body immediately trembled uncontrollably and his face turned pale. Originally, as the Zodiac guardian warrior, Vol shouldn't be so weak. However, the deep-sea nether snake was not an ordinary snake. As the king of the sea, although it wasn't in the sea and had lost the blue sea thunder pearl, it was still the overlord of snakes. The sudden release of the cold aura immediately caused Vol's natural reaction. At this time, the deep-sea nether snake's color was blue with a hint of purple. Compared to the last time Chiyu saw it at its weakest, its body was obviously bigger. It was about 1.5 meters long, and there was a small bump at the 7-inch area. You could tell at a glance. Its second head was about to grow. As long as it grew its second head, the deep-sea nether snake's strength would definitely be greatly restored. Of course, this had a lot to do with the empty shell of the blue sea thunder pearl that Chiyu had returned to it. As a Zodiac snake, Huguang naturally wouldn't be afraid of snakes. He said with some surprise, "Brother Chiyu, why do you carry a snake with you? Your snake is really interesting. It can actually talk." The deep-sea nether snake said unhappily, "I want to know what kind of snake you are. How dare you call yourself the most venomous snake in the world? Don't you know that the most venomous in this world is our sea snake clan? Its toxicity is much greater than that of land snakes." Huguang had always had a temper that showed no weakness. When he heard the deep-sea nether snake's words, he immediately became angry. "Yes, I admit that sea snakes are very venomous. The most venomous sea snakes can even be more venomous than most land snakes, but this is not absolute." The deep-sea nether snake snorted disdainfully and said, "Then what are you? A rattlesnake? Or a cobra? At most, you are a king cobra. Not to mention a king cobra. Even the emperor cobra, which is known to secrete the fastest venom, can't compare to my toxicity." "You are wrong, respected senior beast. Huguang is not a snake with eyes. Although he has eyes, and I am almost sure that from the point of view of poison, his toxicity is stronger than yours." Master Zagru walked down the stairs slowly. With his eyesight, it was easy for him to see the identity of the deep-sea nether snake. The peaceful Buddha aura that Master Zaglu emitted made the deep-sea nether snake's aura restrain a lot. After all, it was a natural counter to the deep-sea nether snake. However, the deep-sea nether snake was not willing to lose to Master Zaglu. Ever since he became stronger, he rarely used his poison to attack. But in his mind, as a member of the sea snakes, he was definitely the most venomous snake. "Well, what kind of snake do you think he is? I don't believe that he is more venomous than me," the deep-sea nether snake argued. Zagru smiled slightly and said, "I wonder if you have heard of a venomous snake called the black mamba?" The most knowledgeable person here was naturally Guanping, who was a doctor. As soon as he heard Master Zagru's words, he immediately said in surprise, "Is Huguang a black mamba? That is a legendary venomous snake. As far as I know, the black mamba lives in Africa. It is the most venomous snake in Africa, and also the largest snake in Africa. Although it is not very famous, it can be regarded as one of the most venomous land snakes in the world. Generally, its aura is found in dry areas such as open bushes and grasslands. Its body is slender, and its adult snake is generally more than 2 meters long. The longest recorded length can reach 4.5 meters. The most unique thing about this snake is that the inside of its mouth is black. When it opens its mouth, it can be clearly seen. The venom is a neurotoxin, and its toxicity is extremely strong. In Africa, the black mamba is the most legendary and most feared snake. Not only does it have a huge and powerful body and deadly venom, but what is more terrifying is its aggressiveness and amazing speed. When threatened, the black mamba can erect the front half of its body and open its big black mouth to launch an attack. The death rate of those who are bitten without any venom is infinitely close to 100%. Master Zagru smiled slightly and said, "As expected of a doctor, you are right. Among all venomous snakes, including sea snakes, the black mamba is the most aggressive, and it has the fastest speed among all venomous snakes. Once its neurotoxin is injected, it can easily kill dozens of people in a minute." The deep-sea nether snake was not convinced and said, "So what if he is a black mamba? Is the black mamba more venomous than me? Don't forget, we are not competing in aggressiveness and speed, but toxicity." Zagru said, in terms of toxicity alone from the known venomous snakes, it should be the Australian split-cheeked sea snake. Senior doesn't seem to be the split-cheeked sea snake. The deep-sea nether snake said proudly, although I am not the split-cheeked sea snake, the split-cheeked sea snake will run away immediately when it sees me. It only has neurotoxin venom, but I have neurotoxin and corrosive venom. In the sea, it can't even reach me before it is corroded by my venom. There was a hint of surprise in Zagrua's eyes. It seems that the abilities of Senior and Huguang really have something in common. Although Huguang is a black mamba, he is not an ordinary black mamba, but the rarest emperor black mamba in the world. In terms of toxicity, the black mamba is a little worse than the king cobra, but its speed and aggressiveness are stronger than the king cobra. However, the emperor cobra is only better than the ordinary king cobra in terms of size, toxicity, and venom secretion speed. However, the emperor black mamba is not like this. There is a huge gap between the emperor black mamba and the ordinary black mamba. This is because the toxicity of the emperor black mamba is dual attribute. The neurotoxin venom of the emperor black mamba can be compared with that of the split-cheeked sea snake. Moreover, its corrosive venom is incomparable to any venom in the world. If Huguang practices to the 9-cloud level, then his corrosive venom can corrode anything in this world, including energy. This kind of corrosiveness combined with neurotoxin venom is indeed the strongest in the world. This time, it was the deep-sea nether snake's turn to be surprised. What did you say? Even energy can be corroded? Zagru said, in theory it can corrode anything. Moreover, Huguang's snake venom, with the help of the ascending cloud technique, can carry out a volatile attack close to the ground. It doesn't need to see blood. As long as it comes into contact, it will be effective. Among all the Zodiac Guardian Warriors, he is the only one who can use poison. Perhaps it is because the venom is too strong, but this world is fair. Therefore, he has lost many of the abilities that the other snake warriors should have. Ian said impatiently, F***CK, that's not enough? He's already invincible enough. If he has other abilities, how are we supposed to live? Zagru smiled slightly and said, I said this world is fair. Although the venom of snakes is very strong, the situation I just mentioned can only be fully displayed after he reaches the 9-cloud level. Moreover, snakes have natural enemies. No matter how strong they are, this can't be hidden. Ian smiled and said, Then what is the natural enemy of snakes? Is it me? Huguang snorted disdainfully. A bald monkey like you wants to be my natural enemy? Stop dreaming, let me think. As he said that, his eyes swept across the other Zodiac Guardian God Warriors. When his eyes fell on Mingming, his body suddenly trembled, and he said in a daze, No way! How could my natural enemy be a chicken? Chickens should be the natural enemy of poisonous insects. How can it affect a great snake like me? Zagru smiled. That's right, a chicken can subdue a poisonous insect. But Mingming isn't an ordinary chicken. As a chicken warrior, her inherited bloodline will mutate when she reaches the 9-cloud level, turning into the bloodline of the phoenix. What restrains you are all kinds of giant birds, mythical beasts, and ferocious beasts. As the king of birds, isn't the phoenix the perfect counter to you? So it's normal that you can sense it. The deep-sea nether snake was speechless, and he returned to Chi-Yu's side with his tail between his legs. Originally, he thought that Chi-Yu was the only abnormal one, but he didn't expect that these guys in front of him were even more abnormal. Let's not talk about that wretched Zodiac snake whose toxicity was stronger than his. Just the phoenix that Grandmaster Zagru mentioned was enough to make his heart tremble. One should know that during the era of ancient behemoths, the deep-sea nether snake clan couldn't even deal with Kirin, but they were afraid of the phoenix that naturally restrained them. He also knew the relationship between this girl named Mingming and Chi-Yu, and he would only humiliate himself if he continued to speak. With a flash of light, the deep-sea nether snake returned to Chi-Yu's side. Chi-Yu said, since Big Brother, Huguang has such a strong toxicity, then our operation this time will be much easier to succeed. Things have been clarified. This time, the Westerners and the scum of the Sun Nation came to Yen Huang for something called the Sacred Source. At that moment, he explained everything that he and Ruyue had heard from Lu Yuan in detail, including some of his and Ruyue's deductions. An absorbable energy that can move. Why does it feel so strange? Zagru fell into deep thought. Ian said, "Why don't we send some of our men over? Although our influence in Yunnan isn't very strong, we should be of some use." He seemed a little hesitant when he said this. Qi Yu shook his head and said, "Let's not. I heard from Riyue that the Sacred Flame sect's main influence is in the north. It's not good to cross the border. Although you guys are also the Zodiac Guardian God Warriors, I think it's better not to affect your organization, lest those who oppose you talk behind your back." Hu Guang nodded and said, "We're all brothers, so I won't stand on ceremony. The South is indeed not our territory. Moreover, those fellows in the South are keeping a close eye on our Sacred Flame sect. If there's no need, it's better not to have any conflict. It's not that we're afraid of them, but the situation now is already very delicate. It's not good to have any sudden changes." Qi Yu's gaze fell on Guanping. Guanping smiled and shook his head. He said, "It's fine for me to do research, but I only want to participate in this kind of operation. It's better for you guys to make the big decisions." Modi nodded and said, "That's what I mean too. I joined the Zodiac Guardian God Warriors because of the ability I inherited, and also because I hope to contribute to our country. It doesn't matter to me what form it takes. Now I feel that being able to become a Zodiac Guardian God Warrior is a very honorable thing. Especially after we defeated those vampires last time, it made me feel that my ability wasn't wasted. I used it in the right place." Vol said, "Boss, I don't need that. I'll listen to everything you say." Yan Xiaoyi said disdainfully, "Follow my ass. F***CK, then tell me what you've noticed." Impotence. Vol retorted, not showing any weakness. Yan Xiaoyi saw that everyone's gaze fell on him and said awkwardly, "About this, I think. Forget it. I'll listen to boss. Boss, I'll kill wherever you point me to." Vol made a disdainful gesture. Without saying anything, his disdainful gaze had already made Yan Xiaoyi very unhappy. Ming Ming said, "I feel that our operation this time must be safety first. Qiyu, you said just now that the Vatican would rather destroy the Sacred Origin than let the Covenant of Darkness get it. Perhaps what they said wasn't their real intention, but I feel that this rule applies to us. After all, our own forces are still relatively weak. Once we face all the Western experts, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to resist. Since the Sacred Origin is in our Yanhuang Republic, we can't let any of the West get it. Not even the Vatican or the Greek Guardians. If there's no other choice, we can only destroy it." After listening to Ming Ming's words, everyone nodded. At this time, Zagru, who was in deep thought, suddenly exclaimed, "I understand this Sacred Origin is probably a living thing." Qi Yu was stunned and said, "A living thing? What do you mean, Grandmaster?" Zagru said, "I've thought about it carefully just now. That paladin called Lu Yuan really did hide something from you. If what he said is true, then such a huge amount of compressed energy can't be easily moved. Even if it moves, there will definitely be signs, and it won't completely disappear. Therefore, there's only one possibility, and that is that the energy they call the Sacred Origin is alive. Only in this way, in order to avoid being hunted down by others, will it hide its aura. Every year, at a certain time, when it can no longer hide its energy, it will once again reveal itself. And Dali in Yunnan should be a place where it must go. There might be something it needs there, or a place it must go." Qi Yu nodded and said, "What Grandmaster said makes sense. So, Grandmaster, do you know of any ancient mythological beasts that are in such a situation?" Zagru shook his head and said, "I've roughly thought about it. Among the ancient mythological beasts and ancient ferocious beasts that I know, There is absolutely no such situation. Although the ancient giant beasts have very strong energy, the situation where it can be absorbed is unique. Let me ask you, who would be willing to use the energy that they have painstakingly cultivated for others? Chiyu, why don't you ask the elder nether snake again? With his lifespan of close to 10,000 years, maybe he will know more. Chiyu thought about it and said, forget about him. After all, he has always lived in the sea and may not know much about the situation on land. It's better to ask another one. As he spoke, the thundercloud force in his body operated, and his spiritual force communicated with another soul hidden in his body. Brother Xiaji, please come out. I have something to ask you. Under the influence of spiritual force, Xiaji was awakened from its deep sleep by Chiyu. Through spiritual communication, Chiyu asked him to release his voice so that everyone present could hear it. After a brief understanding of the situation, Xiaji thought for a long time and said, I don't seem to have any impression of this situation. This little monk is right. In the era of the ancient giant beasts, although there were many strong people with powerful energy who would be willing to make a wedding dress for others, Chiyu frowned and said, Brother Xiaji, think about it again. This is very important for us. Xiaji thought for a moment and said, No, I can be sure that there is no one. Although I am not completely clear about the beast system, I know most of it, not to mention the mythological beasts. My memory is still very good, but I have no clue at all. There is no ancient giant beast whose energy is completely absorbable. Chiyu looked at Zagru and said, Master, in addition to the ancient giant beasts, is it possible for other creatures to have huge energy, or a dual attribute of light and fire? Zagru smiled bitterly and said, I am even more unclear about this. From the perspective of being able to attract the Western powers, the energy of the sacred origin must be very huge. Otherwise, it would not be coveted by so many people. In this case, ordinary creatures can be completely ruled out. Chiyu's eyes suddenly lit up and said, Is it possible that when an ancient beast's body or an ancient giant beast's body has undergone a mutation, its energy has undergone a huge change and become absorbable? Zagru looked at Chiyu in surprise and said, This is not impossible. Chiyu, although your idea is very bold, I think it should be possible. Xiaji said, Well, yes, in my memory, in the ancient giant beast period, whether it is a mythological beast or a ferocious beast, there have been cases of mutation. Although this situation is rare, it is not unheard of. It is just that I have never encountered one that can be completely absorbed. It is better for you to see for yourself. Since the energy does exist, even if you can't completely determine its position when the energy is emitted like the Western Pope, with your own strength after a certain distance, you should be able to react. When sensing, it is best to use the opposite ability to detect. The effect will be better. For example, Chi used water thundercloud force. Well, that is all I know. Sleep, sleep. Brother Xiaji, you sleep every day. Don't you feel bored? Chi Yu was somewhat speechless. Xiaji said, What do I do if I don't sleep? I have lived for more than 3,000 years, and most of my time is spent in cultivation. Now that I don't need to cultivate anymore, I naturally have to make up for the rest time that I should have in the past 3,000 years. Also, I am constantly thinking during the process of sleeping. Also, you are too bold. If you play that kind of cultivation again, I am afraid that your potential will be drained. At that time, you will not be able to advance to a higher level in the future. Even if you want to cry, you won't be able to. Chiyu smiled apologetically and said, Okay, you go to sleep. I will be careful. Xiaji went back to sleep, and Chiyu said to everyone, I think everyone can't think of any good ideas now. After all, we still don't know what the sacred source is. We can only go to Delhi first and think about it. Ruyue, book the plane tickets for everyone. Even if it's not fast, it's still good. We don't have much time left. Every minute we practice is a little more for our lives. For us, the Zodiac Guardian Warriors, The speed of continuous improvement of our ability is incomparable to those Westerners. So, in order to better protect yourselves and your companions, everyone must take time to cultivate. No one would refute Chi Yu's words. After the battle with the Covenant of Darkness, the relationship between the Zodiac Guardian Warriors had become more harmonious than before. Especially Chi Yu's heroic performance at that time. It had once again won their recognition. After all, when needed, Chi Yu was always the first to rush to the front, using all his ability and even his life to protect his companions. Everyone went back to their rooms to cultivate. Only Chi Yu and Zagru stayed in the hall. Chi Yu, you have a good expression. It seems that God's choice will not be wrong. Now I still remember the time after we first met, Amitabha. To be honest, I was even angry at you at that time. Chi Yu awkwardly scratched his head and said, "Great master, I'm just a ruffian. However, to be able to make a senior monk like you, who has inherited the power of Buddhism for 10 lifetimes, feel anger towards me. My skill is also very high." Master Zagru looked at the guy in front of him, who did not feel ashamed and instead felt proud. He smiled bitterly and said, "What kind of eminent monk am I? Although I have practiced Buddhism since I was young, compared to my predecessors, I am still too far behind. Chi Yu, the most important thing now is to solve the problem of the sacred source. At the same time, you also have to pay more attention. You now have the strength of the 4 clouds, and Kirin's aura can already detect the Zodiac Guardian Warriors on a large scale. You have also seen how many dangers we are facing now. Only by gathering all the Zodiac Guardian Warriors as soon as possible can we better face everything. As the King of the Zodiac, you will be able to better display your strength." Chi Yu said, "Master, can you tell me what kind of abilities I will have after gathering all the Zodiac Guardian Warriors?" Zagru smiled and said, "I will teach you by example, but it is better for you to experience it yourself. Don't worry, you will naturally understand when the time comes. This time, when we go to Yunnan, you only need to pay attention to my abilities. It should give you some inspiration. You must remember, sometimes the one in charge of support is often the most important. This is the true meaning of Kirin as the king of the Zodiac." Chi Yu's eyes revealed a light of contemplation. Zagru continued helplessly, "However, I have to admit that you are different. When I first found out that you were Kirin of the 4 auspicious clouds, I did not have much hope for you. In my opinion, every cloud you cultivate is more difficult than reaching the heavens. However, you have shown me a miracle. In just half a year, you have actually rushed to the 4th cloud level. This is a realm that none of the previous Kirin warriors could reach in their lifetime. Kirin of the 4 auspicious clouds has reached the 4th cloud level, and his strength is very terrifying. Therefore, I dare not say whether your ability to support the Zodiac Guardian Warriors in the future will be stronger, or your own strength will be more helpful to everyone." Chapter 85. Zagru said, "What Ming Ming said just now is very true. For this mission, we would rather destroy the sacred source as a last resort. This last resort is not only about being forced into a desperate situation, but it can also be explained as a last resort when any of the Zodiac Guardian Warriors are in danger. After all, there are only 13 of you, and none of you can be lost. As the King of the Zodiac, you must bear this in mind. Of course, protecting yourself is also the most important thing." Chi Yu said with a straight face, "Master, don't worry. This time, however many of us go, we will definitely come back. Even if the worst-case scenario is for the Westerners to get their hands on the sacred source, compared to the sacred source, any of our brothers and sisters are much more important. I won't lead everyone to fight to the death. We're just looking for opportunities to disrupt the Westerners and the Sun Nation's plans." Zagru smiled and said, "I'm relieved that you can think this way. All right, you should go back and cultivate. I notice that you are very considerate of everyone now. Every time you cultivate, You will deliberately spread your aura throughout the entire villa to help everyone improve their thundercloud force. Chiyu, maybe you haven't noticed it yourself, but you are slowly growing. Zagru patted Chiyu's shoulder and walked upstairs with a smile. Chiyu looked at his back as he left and said to himself helplessly, "This guy? Ming Ming is not even as old as I am. He is always acting like an elder. No wonder he has the power of Buddha from 10 lives." The next morning, when all the Zodiac guardian warriors arrived at the capital airport, Lu Yuan was already waiting there. He didn't even have any luggage with him, just a simple cultivator's outfit. He looked like he was traveling to Yunnan. "Mr. Qi, you are here." Lu Yuan's gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on Vol and Master Zaglu, whom he had never met before. He even saw Yan Xiaoyi at the gay bar last time, but it was the first time that Vol and Zagru met each other. When his gaze passed by the Vol, it only paused for a moment, but when he saw Master Zagru, his gaze clearly froze, followed by a very surprised look. "Mr. Qi, who is this?" Lu Yuan asked Chiyu. Chiyu said, "This is one of our partners. You even met the door. You can call him Zagru. Because he's an ethnic minority, his name is a little strange." Lu Yuan nodded and took the initiative to walk up to Zagru. "Hello, I'm Lu Yuan from the Vatican." As he spoke, he extended his right hand to Zagru. Zaglu smiled and shook his hand, saying, "Hello, I'm Zaglu." In order to not be recognized, Zaglu smiled. In order not to be recognized, Zagru's attire was a little strange today. He wore Sudong's casual clothes and a baseball cap to cover his bald head. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed. "I don't know why. Although today is the first time we meet, I have a very strange sense of intimacy towards Mr. Zagru. I've only felt this feeling from the Pope." Hearing Lu Yuan call him Mr. Zagru, Yan Xiaoyi, who was drinking soy milk at the side, almost spat it out. Even though he tried to hold it in, he still couldn't help but cough violently. The other Zodiac guardian god warriors beside him also couldn't help but smile. Lu Yuan was a little stunned. "Did I say something wrong? I've carefully studied the etiquette of Yan Huang, and there doesn't seem to be anything wrong." Chiyu held back his laughter and said, "No, you didn't say anything wrong. You've already done very well. This Mr. Zagru is the youngest capable person in our Eastern Guardian. In the future, you guys can get to know each other better." Lu Yuan nodded and smiled. "That's for sure. Everyone, let's go get our boarding passes first. Then we can continue talking inside." Everyone queued up to get their boarding passes. At this moment, while they were waiting for the plane, Jida had already left the capital on the previous flight. He had gone to Dali before them. Yesterday, Chiyu had spoken to Jida on the phone before training. After a discussion, Jida decided to go to Yunnan first. Not only that, but he also wanted to familiarize himself with his new subordinates. That way, he could display his effectiveness in this operation. To Chiyu, sitting on a plane was originally a very painful thing. However, the situation this time was much better. On his left sat Ruyue, and on his right sat Ming Ming. With 2 beauties accompanying him and other companions around him, he also had the ability to fly. His fear of heights was not as obvious as before. Lu Yuan sat in front of Chiyu, together with Grandmaster Zagru. He was obviously very interested in Zagru. From Zagru's holy aura, he did not feel any strong energy fluctuations. However, the feeling that Zagru gave him was too special. Just as he had said, the feeling that Zagru gave him was something that had only appeared on the Pope before. The other Zodiac guardian warriors followed Chi Yu's advice last night. They closed their eyes and entered a semi-meditative state of training. So did Ryue. Of course, she did not really cultivate. She was always paying attention to Chi Yu's fear of heights. He did not show it because he was in front of Ming Ming. Ming Ming obviously did not have the same scruples as Ryue. The first time Chi Yu took a plane, he was with her. Now that he had another chance, Qiyu naturally held Mingming's hand tightly. His body leaned on Mingming, and he felt indescribably comfortable. Amidst the rumbling of the engine, the passenger plane from Southeast Airlines successfully took off from Beijing Airport and flew in the direction of Yunnan. After a short period of nervousness, Qiyu found that he was not as afraid of flying as before. He could not help but feel relieved. Of course, his actions would not change. Leaning on Mingming's elastic body, he smelled her alluring fragrance. It was definitely a very enjoyable thing. Soon, the plane entered a stable, taxiing state. Through the side window, they could see the bright and somewhat dazzling sunlight outside. Under such good weather, it would take about 4 hours to reach Yunnan. Unconsciously, Qiyu also gradually entered a state of training. Because Lu Yuan was in front of him, he did not show his Kirin aura too obviously. He just held Mingming's hand and communicated with his Kirin energy with Mingming. He helped Mingming stabilize her thundercloud force that had just been upgraded to 5 clouds. At the same time, the two of them were also improving their thundercloud force. After entering 4 clouds, the thundercloud force was purer and more condensed than the thundercloud force at 3 clouds. If the thundercloud force at 1 cloud was Qi, then the performance of 2 clouds in the body would be like clouds. The second cloud would be like a cloud in his body, and the third cloud would be like water vapor. Now the 4th cloud would be like water. This was just a metaphor used to describe the purity of the cloud power. In fact, when Qiyu circulated the cloud power in his body, he realized that the cloud power in his body had turned into a liquid state like water. The circulation speed was much slower than before, but of course the cloud power did not really turn into water. Thundercloud force would never become liquid. Thundercloud force was thundercloud force. They would always be the same. The only difference was the degree of combination between the energy molecules of thundercloud force. When thundercloud force entered 4 clouds, they looked like liquid. When Qiyu entered 4 clouds, his thundercloud force was twice as strong as that of 3 clouds. However, his thundercloud force of thunder attribute and thundercloud force of water attribute had been automatically upgraded to 5 clouds. Only his thundercloud force of wind attribute and fire attribute needed to be cultivated. Therefore, if he only used the thundercloud force of thunder attribute or fire attribute, he could be on par with Hai Ryue. If he used 4 clouds at the same time, his power would be unknown. Qiyu slowly activated his own thundercloud force. Although it took him more time to run 1 cloud circle than before, after 9 small cloud circles, Qiyu felt that his body was more comfortable than running 1 cloud circle. The purple, blue, red, and cyan cloud lines intertwined in his 8 meridians. Every time he reached an acupoint, he could gather more thundercloud force. However, only the fire thundercloud force and the wind thundercloud force increased, because the other 2 thundercloud force had been saturated. Before Qiyu reached the 5 clouds realm, his acupoints could not gather and absorb external energy molecules. Qiyu did not practice Kirin's ascending to cloud technique this time. Instead, he practiced Kirin's skill. For him, the most important thing now was to recover his potential. Even if Kirin's ascending to cloud technique did not completely absorb the thundercloud force, it would consume his potential quickly. However, Kirin's skill was different. Although it was slower, it had a certain effect on recovering his potential. Moreover, Qiyu had tried it and found that Kirin's skill and Kirin's ascending to cloud technique did not conflict with each other. Kirin's ascending to cloud technique was originally derived from Kirin's skill. Using Kirin's skill and Kirin's skill alternately to practice Kirin's skill was much faster than using only one practice method. When Qiyu practiced with Kirin's tactics, he did not separate his spiritual force from his close friends. It was not that he could not separate his spiritual force with Kirin's tactics, but he did not think it was necessary. He did not need to worry about any danger when he sat with others on the plane. Moreover, the Kirin's tactics did not require special control, like Kirin's ascending cloud grand method. After another night's rest, Chi Yu's physical condition had recovered to 80%. Although he was not in the best state, he could deal with anything. Time always passed quickly in the process of practicing. When Chi Yu felt weightless, the plane had already landed in Kunming Airport, the capital of Yunnan province. To go to Dali, they had to pass through Kunming and transfer from there. Although they had prepared for it, when they arrived in Kunming, Chi Yu and some of the Zodiac guardian god warriors who did not come to the south of China were still shocked. The temperature here was at least 20 degrees lower than that in the capital. The warm weather was only suitable for wearing unlined clothes. Everyone ran to the airport's restroom to change clothes. When the plane arrived in Kunming, it was already afternoon. Dali was originally a tourist destination. In history, it was the capital of the Dali kingdom. The ancient city of Dali faced the rippling Arai Lake in the east and the evergreen Song Mountain in the west. This time, they were going to get Chongqing Temple, one of the 3 major temples in Dali. Hai Ryua made a phone call, and 2 cars arrived in a short while. She had a branch office in Yunnan, so it was easy for her to get 2 cars. Chi Yu, Ming Ming, and Hai Ryua were in the same car, together with Master Zagru, Vol Modi, and Lu Yuan. There were 7 of them. Su Dong, Ian Hu Guang Guanping, and Yen Xiaoyi were in the same car. The 2 cars were very big. Both of them were standard Buick MPV business class with 3 rows of seats. It was really comfortable to sit in an American car. The drivers were arranged by Ryua in advance. Dali, Chongqing Temple, was one of the famous tourist attractions in Yunnan. Since they were here, their goal was naturally to go to the vicinity of Chongqing Temple. After they settled down, they would decide what to do according to the situation. Chi Yu almost called Master, but he suddenly remembered that Lu Yuan was there, so he quickly changed his words. Master. Oh, Mr. Jia. Do you know anything about Chongqing Temple? Zaglu smiled faintly and said, I know a little, but it's only on the surface. Chongqing Temple was located about 1 kilometer north of Dali. The snow-capped mountains, the silver-carved Diensong Mountain, stood behind, and the billowing Arai Lake was embedded in front of it. The 3 pagodas stood like a tripod, supporting the sky and the earth. The jade pillar marked the sky, majestic and magnificent. It was one of the scenic spots in Song'ai. According to historical records such as Unofficial History of Nanzhao and General Strategy of Ancient Times, the holy monk Li Qingmei built 3 pagodas, 890 houses, 11,400 Buddhas, and 40,590 kilograms of copper. The pagodas were built from the 10th ruler of Nanzhao, Fengyu, from the 10th year of Baohe to the 1st year of Tianqi, which was 834 to 840 years of AD. The construction cost 70,800 people. Gold, silver, silk, and brocade, which was worth 43,514 kilograms of gold. Lu Yuan said in surprise, Mr. Jia, I didn't expect you to know so much about Chongqing Temple. You even remember the data so clearly. Zagru smiled and said, These are the treasures of Yanhuang. As a descendant of Yanhuang, these are our pride. However, compared to Chongqing Temple, the 3 pagodas of Dali are more famous. 3 pagodas? Chi Yu's heart skipped a beat. Zagru nodded and said, The 3 pagodas of Dali are built in Chongqing Temple. They are known as the 3 pagodas and Buddhas, secret craftsmanship. The main pagoda of the 3 pagodas is called Qian Sun Pagoda. It is 69, 13 meters tall, and is a square, 16-story pagoda. It is a typical building of the Tang dynasty along with the big and small wild goose pagodas in Xin. Looking up from the bottom of the pagoda, one could see the pagoda reaching the clouds. The pagoda was stationary and looked like it was going to collapse. The base of the pagoda was square and divided into 2 levels. The lower level was 33.5 meters long and was surrounded by stone railings. The pillars at the 4 corners of the railings were carved with stone lions. The upper level was 21 meters long, and in the middle of the east was a stone wall. On it, there were 4 big words inscribed by Mu Shiji, the descendant of the Duke of Guizhou, forever guarding the mountains and rivers. The first level of the pagoda was 13.5 meters high. It was the highest level in the entire pagoda. The east door was 2 meters away from the base, while the west door was 6 meters away. The pagoda wall was 3.5 meters thick. The 2nd to the 15th levels were basically the same, and their sizes were similar. The 16th level was the top of the pagoda. Taking the 2nd level as an example, it was about 2 meters high and 10 meters wide. The upper level was built with overlapping eaves. There were 17 layers of bricks, and each layer was 0.05 to 0.07 meters high. The 4 corners of the eaves were tilted upwards. There were Buddhist shrines in the middle of the east and west sides of the pagoda. There was a statue of Buddha inside. On both sides of the shrine, there was a small pavilion shrine with a lotus seat and a hall-like roof. There was a piece of Sanskrit inlaid in the middle. On the north and south sides, there was a coupon-shaped window in the middle that led straight to the center of the pagoda. On the 3rd level, there were Buddhist shrines on the north and south sides and windows on the east and west sides. The pagoda shrunk the higher it went. The top of the pagoda was 8 meters high, which was about 1/7 of the pagoda. The tall and straight pagoda gave people a feeling that it was out of this world and pierced through the clouds. At the top of the pagoda was a bronze, gourd-shaped vase. At the bottom of the vase was an octagonal lid with wings spread out at the 4 corners. There was a wind-striking blade. At the bottom of the vase was a steel frame and copper skin. At the bottom was an alms bowl with a lotus seat. At the 4 corners of the pagoda there were originally golden rocks. It was said that dragons respected the pagoda but feared the rocks. Dali used to be the dragon swamp, so it was used to guard it. Now, the golden rocks were no more. Before the restoration, only the feet of the golden rocks remained. The Qian Sun pagoda was hollow. There was a simple wooden ladder that led to the top of the pagoda. On the west side of the Qian Sun pagoda, about 70 meters apart, there were 2 small pagoda in the north and south. They were octagonal and 10 levels of brick pagoda with secret eaves. Each of them was 42 and 19 meters tall. There were Buddhist statues, lotus flowers, vases, and other reliefs on the pagoda. The 1st to 8th levels were hollow and straight with a cross inside. The base of the pagoda was also octagonal. The distance between the 2 pagodas was 97 meters. The 3 pagodas formed a tripod. The layout was consistent, and the shape was harmonious. When talking about this sacred land of Buddhism, it was as if he was familiar with it. Not only was Lu Yuan dumbfounded, but even Chiyu and the other Zodiac guardian warriors couldn't help but admire him, as expected of an eminent monk. That's all I know. This is what I've read about it. As for the specific details, I'm not very clear. Zagru smiled modestly. Lu Yuan smiled bitterly. Isn't it clear enough? Mr. Qi, I'm starting to feel that it's a very wise decision to cooperate with you. After all, this is your place. Qi Yu had a different feeling. He could faintly feel that Shangyuan being near the Chongqing temple was very beneficial to them. Who knew what was so special about this ancient temple? Although Zagru didn't explicitly say anything, it was obvious that he had a deep understanding of this place. Maybe he could bring him some surprises. The 2 business-class cars drove very fast. When they entered the territory of Dali, everyone was immediately stunned by the beautiful scenery in front of them. From afar, they could already see the Tsang Mountain. The Tsang Mountain had 2 colors. The lower part of the mountain was covered with a variety of coniferous forests. It was dark green, and the upper part was completely covered with snow. The sky in Dali was much clearer than in the city. The sapphire sky was dotted with white clouds. The clean and clear feeling made people feel relaxed and happy. In front of the magnificent Tsang Mountain, there was a large and unusually clear lake. Needless to say, this was the Arai Lake that Zagru mentioned. The snowy mountains and clear water were the ultimate scenery. Between the Tsang Mountain and the Arai Lake, there were 3 towering white pagodas one big and two small. The pagodas were reflected in the Arai lake. The strange feeling made everyone's heart feel special. Ming Ming exclaimed, "It's really beautiful here. It's like a paradise." Ryuan nodded and said, "Being here, it's like my heart has been cleansed. I used to be too busy with work. I didn't expect our motherland to have such a beautiful place." Lu Yuan agreed. "This is definitely one of the most beautiful places in the world. I've never seen such a scenery. The snowy mountains and clear water are actually connected, and the 3 white pagodas are like a bridge." Zagru smiled and said, "Those 3 pagodas should be the 3 pagodas of Dali in the Chongqing Temple. It's a pity that the Chongqing Temple was destroyed a lot. Otherwise, this place would have become more beautiful." Ryue said, "Let's stay in the city first. Anyway, the distance between the Supreme Court and the Chongqing Temple is only about a kilometer." Qi Yu stared out of the window without saying a word. He was also greatly shocked. At the same time, he also faintly felt the existence of several powerful energies. Perhaps because these energies were too powerful, the other Zodiac Guardian Warriors did not feel the same as him. But Qi Yu knew that Zagru must have felt what he felt. When the Tsang Mountain of Arai appeared, Zagru's temperament seemed to have completely changed, as if he had integrated with the snowy mountains and clear water in front of him. This should be the realm of the oneness of heaven and man. In this case, what could be hidden from his perception? Under Ryue's command, the 2 business-class cars directly drove into the city. Everyone gradually stopped admiring the beautiful scenery. Lu Yuan quietly made 2 phone calls and said something in a foreign language. Although Qi Yu did not understand, he knew that Lu Yuan was contacting the people of the Vatican. After hanging up, Lu Yuan turned to Qi Yu and said, "Mr. Qi, our men are in Dali City. However, the people from the Covenant of Darkness have already arrived. As for the Greek protectors, they have yet to discover them. You are right. This time, the Sun Nation has also sent people, but those clowns are nothing to us." A cold light flashed in Qi Yu's eyes and said, "We can't underestimate any enemy. It's better for us to be careful. Since your people have arrived, have you found the specific location of the sacred source?" Lu Yuan nodded and said, "I can't tell the specific location, but I'm sure of its general location. It's just that the energy fluctuations of the sacred source are a little unstable these few days. They come and go, so I can't be sure. When we arrive, we can start looking for it. At least, we can find it before the people of the Covenant of Darkness." At the mention of the Covenant of Darkness, Qi Yu could not help but think of Su Qing. He did not know how she was now. If what vampire Prince Klinsmann said was true, she should have fused with the red gold, primordial blood. What would Su Qing look like after turning into a vampire? He hoped that her mind would not fall into darkness. At the thought of Su Qing, Qi Yu's heart could not help but sink. As long as there was a chance, he would do his best to rescue Su Qing. After entering Dali City, everyone immediately checked into the hotel that Hai Ryue had arranged. Although Dali was a tourist attraction, it was still a remote place, so there were not many high-end hotels. The place that Hai Ryue had arranged was considered clean. Qi Yu and Su Dong shared a room, while Ryue and Ming Ming shared a room, other than Modi, who had a room alone. The rest of the people were arranged in pairs. Of course, the clowns Huguang and Ian also shared a room. After everyone had settled down, Lu Yuan said goodbye to Qi Yu and left quietly. Qi Yu did not stop him, nor did he ask him anything. At this time, both sides needed to make use of each other, so Qi Yu was not afraid of him playing tricks. As soon as Lu Yuan left, Qi Yu immediately made 2 phone calls before returning to his room. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely be tired after a day of traveling, but it was nothing for the Zodiac Guardian God Warriors. Everyone's nervous mood had relaxed a lot because of the beautiful scenery. They each adjusted their state of mind in their room. They all knew that it would not be long before the real battle began. As soon as Qi Yu returned to his room, The Saraira bead on his wrist emitted a warm stream of air, and his spiritual force moved slightly. Chi-Yu returned to the door and opened it. Zagru stood outside the door and nodded. Chi-Yu hurriedly let him in. You also felt it, right? Zagru said calmly. Chi-Yu nodded slightly and said, Yes, those auras are very strong, but I can't determine which one belongs to the sacred source. Zagru said, It seems that we will have to face another force this time. My Buddha Chi can clearly sense the existence of two fierce beasts here. They seem to be guarding something, but they are also afraid of something. Perhaps it has something to do with the sacred source. We must be careful when we move. These fierce beasts are definitely not any weaker than the Covenant of Darkness. One of them even has the strength of a 10,000-year fierce beast. That is not easy to deal with. 10,000-year fierce beast? After hearing Zagru's words, Chi-Yu and Su Dong could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Although they had never really faced a 10,000-year fierce beast, they could imagine how terrifying it was from their encounter with the deep-sea nether snake. Although the power of the deep-sea nether serpent with more than 9,900 years of cultivation was already very terrifying, the strength of a 10,000-year beast was much stronger, even though there was only a 1-year difference. During the era of the ancient giant beasts, even the King Kirin would find it difficult to deal with a 10,000-year fierce beast, let alone the Zodiac guardian warriors whose strength was not even at the 6 clouds level. The fierce beasts had always been the Zodiac guardian warriors' mortal enemies. If they really encountered one, the situation would be very unpredictable. The existence of a 10,000-year fierce beast made the whole situation even more complicated. Chi-Yu fell into deep thought. His brain was working quickly to think of a way to deal with it. Zagru said, You don't have to worry too much. We will temporarily bide our time and see how the Covenant of Darkness, the Vatican, and the Greek Guardians react. If those two fierce beasts are really related to the sacred source, then they will definitely not sit by and watch anyone covet the sacred source. Therefore, we can't be too aggressive right now. Chi-Yu smiled. Master, is this considered killing with a borrowed knife? Zagru's face stiffened. Amit Ba, Chi-Yu, can't you stop provoking me? Chi-Yu said calmly, I am also training your Buddhist heart. It should be good for you. Zagru really couldn't do anything to him. He smiled bitterly and said, I feel that one of the two fierce beasts is in Arai, and the other is in the Tsang Mountains. I don't know what it is exactly. The fierce beasts in the sea have more than 6,000 years of cultivation, and the ones in the mountains are the king fierce beasts, which are at the 10,000-year level. Lu Yuan didn't lie to us just now. The so-called sacred source should be near Chongming Temple, and its aura is very unstable. Its energy is always lingering around Chongming Temple, so it won't be difficult to find it. But we can't be too hasty now. Chi-Yu thought for a moment and said, Let's eat first. The Vatican and the Dark Parliament are confronting each other, so they won't make a move easily. Since everyone is waiting for an opportunity, we might as well relax a little and gain the upper hand by striking later. Su Dong smiled and said, Chi-Yu, you also know how to use tactics now. Not bad. Chi-Yu unhappily replied, Although I haven't studied much, I've read quite a lot of novels. How can I not understand this little bit of strategy? Furthermore, it's not just a competition of strength. Luck is equally important. When it comes to luck, do you think anyone can compare with me, the auspicious sign? Although his words sounded a little arrogant, he was right about Kirin's auspicious sign. The auspicious sign itself was one of the abilities. Although there was a lot of uncertainty, judging from Chi-Yu's several narrow escapes from death and the speed at which the strength of his companions improved, his auspicious sign was indeed real. Although the food in Yunnan tasted good, most of the Zodiac guardian god warriors were northerners, so they couldn't adapt to the southern food. Of course, one person was an exception. After eating a portion of food for 10 people, the taste was not very important for instrumental music. The most important thing for him was to fill his stomach and try his best to restore his body to the best state. The sky darkened very early in Dali, perhaps because it was winter. Although the temperature here was a little lower than in Kunming, it was still much higher than in the capital. It was a very comfortable temperature. In the distance, the sun gradually set. The clean clouds in the sky were dyed golden red, setting off the snow-capped mountains, clear water, and white towers. The already beautiful scenery was even more gorgeous. Lu Yuan called Chiyu and informed him that he had found out the whereabouts of the Covenant of Darkness. Now the people of the Vatican were on guard. He hoped that Chiyu and the others could meet up with them as soon as they were ready. It was obviously not a wise choice to deal with the Covenant of Darkness at night. Lu Yuan said that he had already sent people to monitor the people of the Covenant of Darkness. When the sun shone on the earth tomorrow morning, they would eliminate the threat of the Covenant of Darkness. As long as this big threat was eliminated, it would be much easier to deal with the Greek guardian. Of course, Chiyu agreed to Lu Yuan's words. As soon as he hung up the phone, he immediately discussed with the Zodiac guardian god warriors. After a short discussion, everyone agreed that they needed to be more proactive. After some discussion, Chiyu decided to take advantage of the fact that they had just arrived to investigate the mysteries of the sacred source as soon as possible.